On entend là, oui. C'est suffisamment fort, hein, le micro. Mince, qui c'est qui m'appelle? C'est moi de mon ça, je suis sûre que c'est mon. C'est qui m'appelle? Ah, il y a Jean-Pierre qui est là. Et est-ce que le YouTube... Caroline, est-ce que le YouTube Live est là? Tu l'as vu là-haut? Ils sont là-haut? Le YouTube Live. Il y a deux, il y a les interprètes, parce qu'il paraît que ça a pas. Oui, ils sont là? Ok. Bien, nous allons reprendre nos travaux. David, you can... No, not now. You can stay. Not now. You can sit. I just put my bag there. But not now. It's not now. No. Les psychanalystes, je trouve. En plus, quand c'est anglais. Oui, c'est vrai que... Bien. Donc, nous allons reprendre nos travaux. Une toute petite...
We're going to resume our work. A brief introduction for today, done by Beryl Connor, a child psychiatrist, almost transitioning towards, and we are going to listen to Chantal Delsol. She is a philosopher, a member of the Academy, and after the first round table, we will also have Claude Habib. He is an honorary professor in literature at Sorbonne Nouvelle University, and our colleague Laurent Salvador is excused for the day. And Beryl is now going to introduce the 3 round tables that we're going to have with colleagues from far away and also from not so far away.
Yesterday was a very rich day because it was an opportunity to see that even though we all have different backgrounds, that we are concerned with the same questions. So that's something that is quite rich and that many people talked about yesterday evening. And so there's a convergence worldwide of similar concerns. And the Observatoire has been very lucky last year to be invited in Finland by Professor Rita Kerttu-Kaltiala, who's a psychiatrist and who has invited us at the University of Tampere. And there, I have to say that it was really relieving for us to observe that in many different countries, the findings and the research questions that were raised were converging with our concerns. And so we really have the chance today to gather eminent clinicians and researchers from different countries, going from Australia, many countries in Europe, Canada, and the USA. And I can truly tell you that listening to them and reading their publications has been for us a gold mine to make many links in between concepts, findings, and considerations. Thanks also to Céline, who is spending a huge amount of energy to gather all these people together. She's the one who is, keeping everyone in contact. And so we're really delighted to spend the whole day with them.
Chantal Delsol, vous êtes appelée.
Chantal Delsol, it's your turn. Thank you. Thank you, Céline, and thank you, Caroline. Medicine caught up in ideology. We could say enslaved or captured. And in a few minutes, I would like to place this thing back into history and to underline the consequences. I don't have to say to specify what you know better than I do, that a sex is assigned at birth. This is a joke. A apart from a few very rare cases, about 1% of cases, child's sex is visible at birth. It's a reality. It's not only visible because of the sex organs, it's also visible in the genes, which are in the whole body. So it would be a fiction to claim that you can change sex because you can only change the appearance, and transgender persons would have to take hormones all their lives to fight against this reality that they want to forget, but which keeps on coming back to them. See sports competition, for example. If we were really talking about science, we would say things as they are, but it is not the case. So what is reality? That's Plato's question. If reality cannot be found, cannot be known, then we are left with pretenses. The men in the cave are locked up in their dreams. It would be denying reality to say, I was born in the wrong body. Basically, I have all the genes of a boy, but I declare that I'm a girl, or the other way around. Mostly the other way around. Because of what I feel. What I feel reminds me of what the man in the cave dreamt of. Contemporary fictions are still the triumph of Plato's pretense. If I decide that I'm a bird because that's what I feel, and if I just jump from the top of the cliff because I think I'm going to fly, then I will be smashed at the bottom. So here, this personal pretense actually benefits from the guilty indulgence of the society that protects it and valorizes it. The dictatorship of the feeling of what people feel becomes such that it's reality which is given, which is placed as an invention. Gilles Deleuze attributed to reality a power of domination. He says reality is fascist, and he was in favor of pretenses, which are the only capable of producing chaos in order to abolish domination. He calls that reverting Platonism. There is no models, there is no shades. It's the pretense which precedes reality and which actually defines it. And the pretense is based also on constraint. In order to better understand this, you have to go back to the descriptions of totalitarian ideologies throughout the 20th century, which fought against the reality all the time. The Czech dissidents are those who analyze this phenomenon the most clearly. What dissidents try to save is the mere reality. In front of permanent lie and total bypassing of significations, Václav Beloradsky wrote, I quote, "Reality is a wounded animal who drags itself trying to find a place to hide but leaving behind traces of blood." End of quote. The idea is to save this world that everybody is trying to cancel, to erase nowadays. This is linked to the dependence of mankind. The dissidents try to rescue the truth of mankind. And the dissident is trying to watch for this truth which is exposed and attacked. That is, to make sure that it will not completely disappear. And I would like to place this back into history, inventing fictions which eventually reinvent the world and actually invent themselves by force. We are, in the West, accustomed to that. There is a genealogy of collective fiction since the Christian Inquisition, and then communism, and today transgenderism. Kathleen Stock, who is here, and whom I thank for her beautiful book, is right to say that Christian transubstantiation is a fiction if you're a non-believer. I don't mean to insult Catholics because I'm a Catholic myself. So everything's fine as long as you don't impose this belief, because after all, everybody is free to believe what they like. But when Inquisition imposes their beliefs by force, you are in front of an imposed denial of reality. It's the same situation in the Soviets. For example, when Lysenko shuts down the biologists who refuse to believe in its fictions, because it is a fiction. And today, transgenderism does the same thing when they punish those who do misgendering, for example. And I have to specify a historical point here. The basics of fiction in every era is about what Georges Simmel a sociologist calls the clandestine king. So what is this? This is the central concept that generates the shape of time. During the Renaissance, for example, the clandestine or undercover king was religion. In the 19th and 20th century, it was social justice and equity. In the 20th and 21st century, the undercover king was the individual and their rights. Each undercover king, at some eras, at some periods of time, can impose its own fictions through constraint. And every time, the only way to do this is to create a cult that is a closed movement which produces the truth and which exercises constraint. The Church in the Inquisition, the Communist Party in the Soviets, and the transgender movement are cults. And it's not specific to the West to impose fictions. For example, in Asia, they imposed the fiction of their king as God. But in the West, we are very active in that respect. And the more we export of fictions, the more we export the constraints that go with that. Why do Westerners like that kind of fiction? Well, I don't have to go into that, but according to Liang Shuming, who is Chinese and who is to me one of the greatest thinkers of the 20th century in China, he claims that Western culture is the culture that moves forward, who invents progress after inventing eternal life, and it tends to go further than reality rather than just accepting it as it is. In order to invent the future, the West tries to make everything available. That's the word used by Hartmut Rosa, including tangible reality. Tangible reality has to become available. Thus, the Western culture can build a huge store where you, for example, can self-declare your gender. And eventually, it will live in a world where everything is possible and nothing is true, as Hannah Arendt said. Then delirious or delusional fictions are imposed by strength, by force, as in mass hysteria. The current situation of transgenderism and wokeism looks very much like the Chinese Cultural Revolution as told by Yang Zhisheng. It's only the last episode that's missing, which is where the assassinations take place. In all cases, coercive fiction will attack the weak as a priority. In this case, it's children. And then I would like to talk about the potential consequences of this type of contemporary oppressive fiction. Transgenderism is probably less serious than the previous fictions that I told you about, because it's only about a small part of the population. And it is, as we said yesterday, and it's very likely that it is going to become generalized, while the previous fictions had targeted existential concerns of mankind, death and social justice, among others. While here, the small groups that we're talking about on the social media can be very vocal, and universities, which are the institutions the most severely exposed to totalitarianism, will of course have to be fooled. But it's not a concern for the whole society, and it is just a rash, I would say. We have to protect children, and that's the end of it. I cannot believe that transgenderism and wokeism in general managed to use the method of assassination, as in Yang Zhishen's book, and to generalize it as the other fictions did. It's not going to happen, but we have to say that at a time when violence is delegitimized, we have other very efficient means to punish the heretics, and those means may be just as murderly, maybe. However, there's one last thing that I would like to say. Gender transition is presented as an extraordinary adventure, like a trip to the limits. And I refer to texts by Caroline and Céline. It's the ultimate revolution that turned things around. Éric Marty wrote, quote, "Gender is the last ideological great message that the West is sending to the rest of the world." Indeed, We sent revolutionary messages to the world before, which ended in tragedies. Communism, for example, that led to the gulags, the Chinese Cultural Revolution, and North Korea, just that. And since this transgender fiction is imposed as a progress, quote unquote, it is part of these excesses which I think mark the end of Western thought as a model. Let me take an example to make myself clear. The other cultures could let themselves convince by Western human rights to treat women like actual human beings. Of course, we can understand that. But if we impose, still in the name of human rights, to transform, to turn little girls into boys and boys into girls, well, they will not accept that because they know that clearly this is an ideology and a murderly fiction, which are linked to a form of nihilism. This is not a word that I very often use because I hate to generalize, but I have to use it here and I don't have time to explain why. These other cultures, they know, because they have a lot of common sense, that this is absolutely not a revolutionary adventure, but it's just a nightmare of physical and mental sufferings in the plural. By adding transgenderism to the list of human rights, it is absolutely certain that we are going to put an end to our influence on the rest of the world, and we are going to decide to withdraw forever from the world's cultural scene. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you very much. You were a little bit ahead of time, just a few seconds. Thank you for this brilliant presentation. I hope that you will be heard. And we are now going to call our colleagues for the first round table. I'm going to call David Bell, Michael Biggs. I think, yes, I think we can give them a big applause. You know those names because they made things change. Sven Roman, Michael Biggs, as I said, Rita Kertu-Kaltiala, and Gilles Smits also.
So all the speakers from today are from the pioneers countries who, started to reconsider the use of the Dutch protocol. And so we are very happy to be able to listen to them. And we'll ask them for, so we'll ask first Rita Kertu, Sven, and David to talk to us about the fact how in their country, how did doctors and subsequently politics realize that there was a need to change directions in the way trans-identified minors were being treated. So, Rita, I give you the microphone first. Thank you. You need to switch on.
Oh, now it's working. Well, good morning. Nice to meet you all. I hope that miraculously my slides will appear there so that I can also see them myself. Of course, I can just talk without any kind of slides, but because slides were organized, they might be nice to see. There are screens, but I don't see any. Anyway, I can start without the slides. So I shouldn't actually say that there was a great change, because in Finland, when we started to work with the gender identity issues among the minors, we were cautious from the very beginning. We nationally central, in Finland, the services, gender identity services that may provide people access to medical gender reassignment. I can't, by the way, change them. Can somebody put the next slide, please? Are nationally centralized to 2 of the 5 university hospitals, and the services for adults were existing since the 90s. In 2011, we were given the task to open the service for minors in the same hospitals where there had already been services for adults. These nationally centralized services have the responsibility for the diagnostic assessment that may result then into medical gender reassignment interventions and balancing of the possible hormonal interventions, and the responsibility for deciding for surgeries on gender dysphoria indication that are available only for legal adults. As of the last year, legal adults can also change their identity documents by a light administrative procedure. Earlier, these nationally centralized services provided access to identity document change. Identity documents cannot be changed for minors. Can I have the next slide, please? The task of starting to do the gender identity assessments that may result in medical gender reassignment was difficult for Finnish child and adolescent psychiatry because we have already taken the starting point that identity consolidation is the outcome of adolescent development, not its starting point. This was so challenging to us to think that the identity should be considered so consolidated already during early adolescent years that medically intervening in the healthy developing body would be justified, that we also obtained a statement from the National Advisory Board for Medical and Health, Social Care Ethics, and they cautiously giving green light, we prepared to act according to the Dutch model that was then being introduced more heavily than earlier. That was exactly the year of the first bigger publication of the Dutch model. Can I have the next slide, please? We familiarized ourselves with the literature that was then available and contacted with the established services in Europe that had already been working with gender dysphoria questions in minors over years, and prepared to see, because Finnish population is very small, we expected that we will see very few young people presenting in gender identity services. They will mainly be biological males, will have mainly childhood onset gender dysphoria that would have been intensifying in puberty, and they would only have a mild and secondary psychopathology. Can I have the next slide, please? Actually, can I have the next slide? However, we soon realized that the patients were nothing like expected. They did not fit this picture and the eligibility criteria for the so-called Dutch model of care. What we were actually seeing were young people who were mainly biological females. They presented in the service on average at age 16. They had adolescent onset feelings of gender dysphoria, and most importantly, more than 2/3 of them had severe psychiatric, had a history of severe psychiatric treatment needs, most often from dating far before the onset of any gender concerns. Many had a treatment history ever since childhood, and I want to emphasize that if you have a specialist level treatment contact in the Finnish services, that means really severe psychiatric disorders. Specialist level services only are dedicated to treating severe disorders, and mild and moderate mental health issues are taken care of elsewhere, such as in primary care and student health services. Can I have the next slide? The next slide actually summarizes the findings in this first paper of mine. So, oh yes, good, this is, and then I didn't have the summary there. A little later then, nevertheless, even if the patients mainly did not fit the eligibility criteria for the Dutch model of care, we in intensive consultation with more established services in other countries of Europe, nevertheless proceeded some young people to hormonal interventions, but then we soon started to see that the outcome of the interventions was not as good as expected. There was this notion that even severe psychiatric disorders in these young people who problematize their gender might be secondary to the gender problems, and there were great expectations that young people would thrive after initiating the hormonal interventions that change the body towards the desired, but we didn't see it. Adolescents who had problems with psychiatric disorders and difficulties in any domain of functioning relevant for adolescent development, such as peer relationships, school relationships with parents, and daily activities, before hormonal treatments, continued to have those same problems after the hormonal treatments had been established. Those adolescents who didn't have psychiatric problems and didn't have problems in functioning in different domains of adolescent development, fortunately continued to do well even when on hormones. Can I have the next slide, please? There you see that the referrals to services also started to increase enormously. Is it 1 minute? And because of all these reasons, we requested for a national guideline, which is summarized in the next slide, for minors. So national guideline was based on a systematic review of evidence, which found then, that was ordered from an independent body specializing in carrying out systematic evidence review, and they noticed that the evidence base for actually expecting the often cited benefits from medical intervention during adolescent years was very weak. Can I have the next slide, please? Therefore, as per the national guidelines in Finland, the first-line intervention with young people problematizing their gender is psychosocial intervention aimed at supporting, exploring identity and learning better to know oneself. And then also psychiatric treatment of any presenting severe psychiatric disorders is included in the first-line intervention. If after these steps, specialized assessments of gender identity nevertheless feel relevant, then a referral can be issued to the nationally centralized services. And after the comprehensive assessment there, some of the adolescents may still proceed to medical interventions that are available according to lines of the original eligibility criteria of the Dutch model as it was presented about 10 years ago. Surgeries with gender identity indication are only available for legal adults. Can I have the next slide? Later, our research has demonstrated, further confirmed the increase of mental disorders among the young people who nowadays contact gender identity services hoping to gain gender reassignment. Can I have the next slide? And this paper, which I have copied here, we have demonstrated that over the years, the people compared to, for example, 90s, people who contact gender identity services nowadays have much more severe psychiatric history than the people who used to contact services earlier. And they have grown younger, they have grown more psychiatrically ill, and most importantly, we have also demonstrated that after the medical interventions, the psychiatric needs do not subside. Therefore, can I have the last slide, please? This is my current understanding of the situation, that in all adolescents we have a great share of those who have psychiatric treatment needs. We have an increasing number of adolescents in the population who identify as transgender, and we have a number of adolescents who present with gender dysphoria. These are all different groups partially overlapping in a variety of ways. And there with the dark violet dot, I try to illustrate that there are also some who may benefit or at least may not be harmed by physical treatments initiated on gender identity basis already during adolescent years, but most of the adolescents who present the symptom of feeling distressed about their gender or identify transgender do not necessarily need any medical intervention based on these feelings. They need all the appropriate support according to possible problems they presented, or then just being respected and allowed to present themselves as they best feel suitable for them.
Thank you so much, Rita. I just mentioned that I was so impatient to listen to you that I forgot to present you. Sorry for that. So you're a professor of child psychiatry at the head of the Department of Adolescent Psychiatry at the University of Tampere at Tampere University Hospital. And you are one of the pioneers also who made things change, and thanks for that. So, considering the same question, so how in your country, how did doctors and subsequently politics realize that there was a need to change directions in the way trans-identified minors were being treated? We are going right now to listen to Sven Roman, and Sven Roman is a child psychiatrist in Sweden. So Sven, it's your turn.
Okay, Rita Kertu, thanks for a great presentation. In my presentation, I don't have any slides, but I hope it makes sense anyway. And the question, how did doctors and then politicians in your country realize that there was a need to change the way trans-identified minors were treated? But in Sweden, that's not where it started. It was not doctors who first raised the alarm about the pseudo-scientific treatment of children with gender dysphoria, but parents of trans children. In 2018, the non-profit organization GENID, Gender Identity Challenge, was formed. Parents engaged with the media, politicians and doctors, and their involvement led to the launch of a public debate on the care of children and young people with gender dysphoria in spring 2019. It was an opinion piece and a television program that started that public conversation. The opinion piece was published on March 13th, 2019 in Sweden's second largest morning newspaper, Svenska Dagbladet, Swedish newspaper. It was signed by 7 people, including the internationally renowned professor of child and adolescent psychiatry, Kristoffer Gillberg, and 4 other professors. Dr. Gillberg is perhaps the most famous Swedish child psychiatrist living today, and his opinion carried much weight with the national health authorities. The TV program was broadcast on April 3rd, 2019 in the investigative, very well known in Sweden program Uppdrag Granskning, Mission Review, and was called The Trans Train and Teenage Girls. For my part, I began my participation in the debate when I was quoted in August 2019 in an editorial in Sweden's largest daily newspaper, Dagens Nyheter daily newspaper. And within just over a month, I published 2 articles, one in Dagens Nyheter and one in the broad medical journal Dagens Medicin, Daily Medicine. The increase of gender dysphoria diagnosis in Sweden is astonishing and is what gave rise in part to concerns raised by GENID and others. Gender dysphoria was extremely uncommon in the early 20s, in the beginning of 2000. In 2001, a total of 2 children, age group 0 to 17 years, were diagnosed with gender dysphoria. In 2018, the number was 486, a 243-fold increase. A total of 12 people under 25 were diagnosed with gender dysphoria in 2001. By 2018, the figure was 1,878. It is my understanding that Sweden has the highest rate of gender dysphoria in children, patients per 100,000 population, in the entire world. More recent data from our government shows the trend potentially leveling out for girls after GENID, Dr. Gillberg and others began raising concerns, though the COVID pandemics and its restrictions may have caused an increase among boys. Due to the accumulating data on remorse and suicide, the Swedish Agency for Health Technology Assessment and Assessment of Social Services, SBU, conducted a systematic inventory of the research. On December 20th, 2019, SBU published the systematic review, Gender Dysphoria in Children and Adolescents, an inventory of the literature. The survey showed that the scientific support for medical treatment of gender dysphoria in children was non-existent or extremely weak. A major shift towards a more restrictive approach to the treatment of children with gender dysphoria took place in March 2021 when Karolinska University Hospital, inspired by the national events of the last 9 months, issued a new policy statement. The hospital runs the leading pediatric gender clinic in all of Sweden, Astrid Lindgren's Children's Hospital. The new policy stated that the 2019 Swedish evidence review showed a lack of evidence for both the long-term consequences of the treatments and the reasons for the large influx of patients in recent years. The Astrid Lindgren's Children's Hospital further stated that, quote, these treatments are potentially fraught with extensive and irreversible adverse consequences, such as cardiovascular disease, osteoporosis, infertility, increased cancer risk, and thrombosis, end of quote. In a dramatic reversal of its policy, the Children's Hospital announced that, quote, in light of the above and based on the precautionary principle, which should always be applied, it has been decided that hormonal treatments, that is puberty blocking and cross-sex hormones, will not be initiated in gender dysphoric patients under the age of 16, end of quote. Further, the clinic announced that patients ages 16 to 18 would receive such treatments only within research settings, clinical trials monitored by the appropriate Swedish Research Ethics Board. The Karolinska Hospital's new policy became effective on the 1st of April 2021. So this diametrically opposed policy was introduced just 2 years after the public debate began. That is incredibly fast. The Swedish Agency for Health Technology Assessment and Assessment of Social Services, SBU, published a preprint on February 22, 2022. Hormone Treatment of Children and Adolescents with Gender Dysphoria, a systematic review and evaluation of medical aspects. It was published as an accepted and reviewed article in Acta Pediatrica on April 17, 2023. Out of 9,934 studies, only 24 were of sufficient quality to be included in the review. There was not a single RCT study, which is the gold standard in drug evaluation. Conclusion: there is a complete lack of scientific evidence that hormone therapy for children with gender dysphoria is beneficial. On December 16, 2022, the National Board of Health and Welfare published the updated national guidelines for the care of children and adolescents with gender dysphoria. They concluded, quote, caution in the use of hormonal and surgical treatment at group level, that is for the group of adolescents with gender dysphoria as a whole. The National Board of Health and Welfare currently assesses that the risks of puberty blockers and gender-affirming treatment are likely to outweigh the expected benefits of these treatments, end of quote. Like others, the National Board of Health and Welfare says now that hormonal and surgical treatment in minors can only occur in exceptional cases. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sven. We're now going to listen to David Bell. So, David, you're a psychiatrist. You're the former governor of Tavistock and Portman Foundation Trust and the former president of the British Psychoanalytic Society. So we'll listen to you on how the doctors and subsequently politics realized that there was a need to change directions in the way trans-identified minors were being treated.
Thank you very much.
You have to, the button, the red one.
Which one, this one?
Yes, that's, yes.
Thank you very much, Sven.
And higher too.
Is that better? Okay. Well, I'm very pleased to be here. It's quite a difficult question to answer, and I agree with Sven. One shouldn't think that these are just to do with doctors by a long way. I think one of the things I would say at the beginning, and I'm sure this fits in with what was said yesterday, that this whole area is the most wonderful illustration of an uncomfortable fact about all forms of mental illness. That is, that all psychiatric illness occurs on the boundary between an individual and culture and the manifestations of disturbance changed depending on cultural change. In thinking about the major changes in the United Kingdom, we need to just, I suppose one fact is that over a period of about 10 or 11 years, the number of cases went up from 50 to nearly 4,000, no, 3,700. And one of the reasons for that was, of course, a huge cultural transformation causing an amplification of this manifestation of difficulty, but also because the Tavistock service became a national referral service. In thinking about major changes in the United Kingdom, it's first important to understand that we're made up of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, that each have different histories and political structures. And that is consequential for how this has evolved. I'm mainly going to be talking about England, although England and Wales come under the same NHS. I think it's also important that there's one NHS. There's one national public, so that makes things, in a sense, different to some other countries. I think it might first be helpful just to say a few words about the context when change starts to take place around 2016, 2017. Although large parts of public organisations, such as the NHS, universities, companies, civil society, other organisations have been captured, this was, as we know, achieved through the success of trans organisations who were able to promote themselves, never through open discussion and debate, but only through influence and capture. And this worked remarkably well. They were very well advised. An important factor for this success arose from the inability of those who had doubts or were critical to be able to speak up because of the tyrannical group culture which quickly evolved as part of this capture. There was a private poll I heard in one of the major political parties not so long ago as regards self-ID, maybe a few years ago, and 50% of the MPs disagreed with rapid self-gender identification. But none would speak out publicly and say that, fearful of the consequences. And of course, the entanglement of adult trans issues such as self-ID with concerns about children was very successful in making it difficult for people to speak out for fear of being seen as illiberal, anti-diversity, anti-gay, and so on. It has been suggested to me that many in the Conservative Party, as by someone who would know this, saw joining up with the trans propaganda as a way of making their brand, as he put it, seem more modern and attractive. Edgy, as he put it. Similarly, substantial financial organisations such as Price Waterhouse gave large sums of money and promoted the rainbow for very similar reasons, to make themselves seem edgy and attractive, and the lottery fund similarly. My point is that although the presence of trans ideology within culture seemed to be strong, the whole capture was always on the surface, as it was never based on an evolution of thinking or understanding or debate. This lack of any real foundation or inner ballast, therefore perhaps made it more vulnerable than people thought it was. I saw this in micro, of course, at the Tavistock Clinic. That is, once some people started speaking, this always had a kind of, a first slowly, but then more rapidly accelerating effect, like a positive feedback loop. But then maybe by saying that, I'm revealing a rather touching naive faith in the durability of rationality and thoughtfulness that goes perhaps against a lot of evidence. It's very difficult to know really how to weigh things or weight things in terms of the impact, but certain things were certainly clearly very important, and each of them affected each other and were part of a moving process. But if I had to choose one thing of overriding importance, I would not have difficulty, and that is persistence and determination. As early as 2016, certain newspapers such as The Times, The Sunday Times, were already raising very serious concerns about this whole issue of treatment in children. They were largely conservative or even more right-wing newspapers than the liberal or left newspapers. And they wrote well about it. And then other newspapers, such as more tabloid papers, more on the right, also became involved and wrote very well. In 2018, when I was working at the Tavistock on the Council of Governors, I just have to say what that means. That's a parallel stakeholder organisation that has oversight over the strategy of the Trust, made up of various stakeholders, including a staff stakeholder. I was a staff representative. In my role as staff representative, and perhaps knowing a bit of my own concerns, a third of the GIDS staff came to talk to me. First it was one, then it was two, and so on. And all except only one of them ever spoke to me in my office. All of them spoke to me in my private consulting room as they were frightened to be seen talking to me. I won't list the issues they raised as they are well known. Over that summer, 2018, I wrote a report bringing the seriousness of this to the attention of the governors and of the management of the Trust, the board. The Trust tried to bury it, but I, with the help of some colleagues, persisted and managed to bring it to council against the management's directive. At that time, I had stood down as I'd come to the end of my term of office, but other colleagues continued. Following a review by the medical director, which management claimed exonerated the service, my report was leaked to the Sunday Times, and that was a very major event. It appeared on the front page of the Sunday Times, and this was the beginning of the axis shifting. I must say, during this whole process, I found newspapers to be extraordinary in their diligence and also their care with people. You know, I never had any worries myself about speaking to newspapers in terms of them misquoting me. At this time, some parents or adolescents spoke to another major national newspaper, the Observer. The Tavistock Trust tried to publicly question my competence and also subjected me to threat. And this led to the resignation from the Council of Governors of Marcus Evans, which again led, as we said at the time, if you're going to resign, no point in doing it quietly, which led to more newspaper coverage. The item now was not going to go away and was picked up by all major newspapers, except The Guardian, my own newspaper, the paper I read, which until this day has censored and silenced reporting on this issue out of fear of their own staff. Though I recently published a lengthy comment piece after I'd been seriously misrepresented at my insistence. Thus was post-Cass. Thus the whole matter was now getting more and more into public awareness. Hannah Barnes, a reporter for a major TV channel, Newsnight, became very involved and has written a marvellous book called Time to Think. It gives a whole history of this issue and provided a number of exposés over the following years. At the same time, there had been the formation of new grassroots-funded organisations such as Transgender Trend, Women for Scotland, Fair Play for Women, Women's Place, Sex Matters. They brought together expertise to challenge policies and institutions. A revived women's movement galvanised the voices of many people, and giving those working within the healthcare system courage and support. In 2020, Kira Bell, an ex-patient and parent, took the NHS to judicial review. Judicial review is a type of legal case where judges review the lawfulness of a decision or action made by public authority. This focused on the issue of consent and had wide publicity. The positive judgment, delivered in December 2020, found that children were not in a position to give consent. I've only got 1.5 more pages. Found that the children were not in a position to give consent. But the judges in the same judgment, and this is really important, if you read the judgment, and it's not long, it's easy to read, expressed very serious concerns about the quality of care on GIDS, the poor governance, the lack of data, no data on comorbidity, the lack of any follow-up, the lack of any knowledge as to what happened to children, what percentage of children seen in the clinic went on to opposite-sex hormones, or to surgery, or to adult services. The judges, in their very English way, expressed their absolute horror at hearing this with the words, "We are somewhat surprised to hear." That means shock in English. Although the judgment as regards consent was overturned at appeal, and I can explain that later if you want me to, this doesn't affect the other, it was a technicality. This doesn't really affect the other findings. The damage had been done. It was a shock to the NHS and to government. The very next day, Jiz's puberty blocker study was published. They tried not to publish it, and the judges insisted they publish it. And of course, it showed no positive effects and some negative effects. And within a day or two, the NHS had imposed an emergency revisiting of service specification. This focused on A further factor in this gathering momentum were the various legal cases which succeeded, a whole number of very important legal cases regarding freedom of expression to those with gender-critical views, so undermining undermining the culture of fear. Harry Miller, a policeman, tweeted a rather tawdry limerick on women being women, and was charged with having committed a criminal offence. He appealed against this at a very public event, and he won his appeal. Maya Forstater was dismissed from her job in Global Development Europe, having expressed gender-critical views. In 2020, her case has been upheld, and the appeal has been upheld, and she was awarded damages. This means that gender-critical views were now legally protected beliefs, a very major transformation of culture. Then there was other cases, such as Kathleen Stock, who's here, who resigned her academic post in 2021 as a result of intimidation for her views. The Cass report, which I've left to the end, was of course fundamental, but it could only have occurred in the context of these other very major factors. Cass delivered her interim report in February 2022 and a final report this year. The axis was turning, but this resulted in a huge increase in the momentum of that turn, and has, of course, had huge national and international importance. In 2021, NHS England and NICE gave guidelines that accepted there was no data to support the prescription of puberty blockers. And now, of course, it's for puberty blockers. It's not quite clear, but largely they're not to be prescribed at all. There's talk of a trial, but many of us will do all we can to show that such a trial would be unethical for children. In October 2020, the Care Quality Commission, that's an external body that goes into hospitals and services to examine them, to see how the patients are doing, how the staff are. They revisited the Tavistock. And some of us put a lot of effort into getting previous staff who had left to talk to them, which they wouldn't normally have done, and to make sure they had all the information. The report was published in January 2021. This was a damning vindication of all the concerns that I and the other whistleblowers had raised, and acknowledged that staff were intimidated. It was clearly a big shock to the trust, and subsequently, after some more pressure, external managers were sent into the trust to oversee. Sonia Appleby, the child safeguarding lead, won her employment tribunal, which accepted she'd been intimidated and her capacity to do her job seriously undermined. Organisation of colleagues in workplaces, such as Royal Colleges of Child Medicine, Surgery, physicians, had little success, and similarly psychiatrists, but now has paid off with a new president and the Cass Review.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much.
I finished actually, but I just need to say there are many things that haven't changed, and I really need to say that it's very important.
Just like
this
10
rosy
seconds.
Picture. Yeah. So I'd like to emphasise the whistleblowers, the persistence, the sympathetic media, political will, but also it's still going on in schools. This government don't seem able to prevent this gender ideology in schools. Adult services are seeing 17-year-old children and they're even more captured than JIDS ever was. The Labour Party seems to be very, very confused about this, as including a conversion bill in its manifesto. Private providers are now using the opportunity to make a lot of money by providing puberty blockers to children. And there's also big ideological kickback. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now listen from, I hope I'm not saying it in the bad way, but Gillis, is that right? Smith? Gillis.
Gillis, yes, thank you. So,
just a second, so I will introduce you. So we'll listen to Michael Bix and Gillis Smits. So Gillis, you're from the Netherlands. You're a philosopher and ethicist and guest researcher at Erasmus Medical Center in Rotterdam. You're lecturer at Groningen University. So Michael and Gillis, we will ask you to answer, the following question. And how can we understand that the trans child theory has spread worldwide with the Dutch protocol on the simple basis of one cohort study of 70 patients? Gillis, I give you the microphone.
yes, thank you. So this is, of course, a very important question, but also a very complex question. And I can only present 8 possible explanations, and just as a starting point for more research. And in fact, the Dutch protocol, especially puberty blockers, was already spreading before the 2 Amsterdam studies on this small cohort came out in 2011 and in 2014. So how can we explain this? I'll draw from the more general literature on explanations for the adoption of medical innovations without sufficient evidence, because unfortunately this is quite a common phenomenon. And that literature applies very well to the development and subsequent spread of the Dutch protocol. So my first explanation, which is simply that doctors find it extremely hard to do nothing. So this first explanation has to do with the dynamics between the gender clinicians and their patients. So doctors by nature want to help their patients. And they find it very hard to do nothing when they see their patients suffering. And this is really important. Gender dysphoria may sometimes involve intense suffering. And from the literature and from talking to a whole number of gender clinicians, it has become very clear to me that gender dysphoric patients may sometimes strong appeals to gender clinicians. And this appeal to give them puberty blockers is felt really strongly by these clinicians. Even when I talk to them, I can feel how difficult it is for them to say no. And it was also because puberty blockers at that time were presented as fully reversible, relatively harmless, just buying time. So it was in fact presented as a highly attractive option with no real costs, and therefore much more attractive than doing nothing. So it's really important that we try to understand the mind and the situation and the context of these gender clinicians to understand why it started and why it still continues today. The second is the so-called therapeutic illusion. Gender clinicians often tell that puberty blockers give immediate relief to gender dysphoric children. So when you're talking to them, this is something they emphasize very strongly. So when you ask them about the lack of sufficient evidence, they often appeal to their clinical observation. We just know that it works, they say. So it seems to me that gender clinicians are particularly vulnerable to the therapeutic illusion. The belief that their treatment is effective when it is, in fact, not. And I believe that this also, and this is important, makes them very good advocates for their treatments. For example, the Dutch clinic has been very helpful to start up several gender clinics in other countries. So they have been actively exporting their product, so to say. And in the literature, you can find even various references by clinicians from other countries to the apparent success of the Dutch protocol at times when there was no evidence at all. My third explanation, and this is the hypothesis of gender dysphoria having a biological origin. Around the 2000s, the Dutch clearly suggested that gender dysphoria has most likely a biological origin. And because of that, it should be presumed to be permanent, and therefore starting medical treatment already in minors would be justifiable. Now, the basic idea was that gender dysphoria involved some idea of having a brain sex different from your body, incongruent to your body. And that was popularized as the idea born into the wrong body. And, well, that sort of language is clearly inaccurate, but it provided very easy, it proved to be very easy to relate to in media stories depicting children who also see themselves in that way or are presented in that way. So it is also very easy to feel compassion with children which are supposedly being born in the wrong body. And that's exactly what happened. If you just read these old media coverage of these cases from the Netherlands from 2002, 2010, it's always the same story. Poor children born in the wrong body who suffer intense and with whom it is very easy to have compassion. And if then you can give them puberty blockers to spare them that suffering and to hopefully give them a better life as an adult, better passing, then it's quite natural to sympathize with such stories as a general public. Now, that also relates to my fourth factor, which is the frame of emancipation and human rights. This has been there from the very beginning. And this made gender dysphoria as something exceptional. And that also made it the case that it wasn't treated in the framework of regular medicine. So different norms were in fact applied. And that was also, I think, a reason that less good evidence was accepted. Now, my fifth potential explanation is the solid reputation of the Amsterdam Free University Medical Center. This, from the beginning, had successfully created a public image of being very careful, doing much research on their new treatment and changes in their treatment protocols. And it's also interesting that the Amsterdam Hospital originally is a Protestant Christian university. And as I said, compassion was one of their self-ascribed motivations for providing pediatric gender care. And it would be very interesting to investigate this explanation further. 6, very interesting from my perspective as a medical ethicist, I think we can discern a systematic pattern of denial and reversal of the burden of proof. So over the years, gender clinicians have been remarkably successful in not only evading their burden of proof, but also in even placing this burden on their critics who are opposing the Dutch protocol. I'll read a quote from a 2008 paper. Realizing the potential harmfulness of non-intervention, one may even wonder whether not providing treatment may not only be doubtful on ethical grounds, but also have legal implications. So, instead of providing positive evidence for an overall benefit of their treatment that they innovated, they appeal to the presumed and potential harms of non-treatment. So this is a complete reversal of the burden of proof. And it's astonishing that this has been accepted, but it has. And this is still going on, because that's still one of the most important, and I'm finishing, most important arguments. 7, in pediatric gender care, off-label use of medicine is very common. So in this sense, it's just an instance of a general pattern. But of course, it's a very different and very problematic instance. And the eighth final is the role of parents and interest groups. Because also in the Netherlands, in some ways, the parents and their interest groups have been pushing even harder than the gender clinics themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going back to England. we have now, we are going to listen to Michael Biggs. You're a senior lecturer in sociology at Oxford University. You have published a lot on the subject, which are really interesting papers. So we are very happy to listen to you. Also on the same question, sorry, on how can we understand that the trans child theory has spread worldwide with the Dutch protocol on the simple basis of a cohort study of 70 patients?
Thanks very much. For some reason, I'm losing my voice, so I'm probably going to sound a little bit like Joe Biden. Just to remind us, the Dutch protocol involved the suppression of puberty from the age of 12 or even younger, using gonadotropin-releasing hormone agonists as the first stage before cross-sex hormones and surgery. And this became standard practice at the Amsterdam Gender Clinic from the beginning of the 2000s. So why did this Dutch protocol spread worldwide? So first we can look at the supply side. The Dutch clinicians like Peggy Cohen-Kettenis were already prominent in the field of transgender medicine, which was then a very small niche field. And so, for example, they were on the board of directors of the World Professional Association of Transgender Health, WPATH. So it was natural then that they could get puberty suppression into the WPATH standards of care, first appearing in 2001 and the edition in 2001. So the Dutch protocol was embraced by some enthusiastic clinicians elsewhere. An example is Norman Spack, a pediatric endocrinologist in the United States. And he recalls salivating, like literally, at the prospect of treating patients with puberty blockers. So in 2007, he co-founded the Gender Management Service at Boston Children's Hospital, which was the first dedicated clinic for transgender children in America. And as Gilles said, this is sort of this direct export because they sent psychologists over to Amsterdam to sort of learn the Dutch protocol directly from the Amsterdam clinic. Even in countries where clinicians were reluctant, puberty blockers were demanded by patients and their families. This was the case at the clinic in London, which has become infamous as the Tavistock Clinic. So its founder, Domenico Di Cellier, although he was a psychiatrist, really emphasized psychoanalytical support and did not provide physical interventions for children under the age of 16. But it was the parents of children who mobilized and campaigned for the use of puberty blockers. They denounced the cautious clinicians as transphobic, and that's one of the first uses of the word transphobic in the press. And some of these parents even took their children to Boston to buy private treatment from SPAC. And so this pressure was overwhelming, and so the Tavistock got a new director, Polly Carmichael, who in 2010 then started experimental treatment with puberty blockers from the age of 12. And so what's remarkable in the history that I've just recounted very quickly is that the international diffusion of the Dutch protocol before 2011 was based on the evidence of only a single patient who had been followed up only to the age of 20. So there was this is before even there was that study in 2011. Finally, we can then consider the other side of the equation, the demand side. So why were there an increasing number of children and parents seeking this intervention? And I think one crucial feature was the positive media representations of transitioning children. And this began really very surprisingly early. So in 1996, an English television documentary took a trans child aged 13 who was trapped in the wrong body, and that was the name of the documentary, The Wrong Body, to the Amsterdam clinic. And the film ended with the London clinic, the Tavistock, refusing to give puberty blockers. And then the Dutch endocrinologist, Louis Horan, on the telephone, was telephoning the mother and said, I'll prescribe them to you. We can do this in the European Union, I'll prescribe them myself. I'm quite amazing seeing they'd only seen this child in the course of making the documentary, but was still willing to prescribe puberty blockers. And this documentary was watched by 3 million viewers in Britain. And subsequent documentaries across the world sort of have followed the same pattern of following adolescents who started puberty blockers around the age of 12, like Valentine de Hinge in the Netherlands. Sorry for garbling my Dutch there. And most famously, Jazz Jennings in America. These apparently confirmed that one could truly change sex as long as endocrinological intervention was started early. One other factor on the demand side was the sort of positive feedback loop that was created by puberty suppression. So the availability of blockers made it feasible for the first time to socially transition a child before puberty. Of course, it had not been possible before then. Jazz Jennings, for example, was socially transitioned at the age of 5, was enrolled at primary school as a girl at the age of 5. And then, of course, once the child becomes socially transitioned, then, of course, puberty in the wrong body but really does become an existential, social, as well as a physical threat. And so it's that kind of positive feedback loop between the availability of blockers and social transition, which I think is very important in increasing the demand from parents and children. So those are some of the reasons why the Dutch protocol was adopted in so many countries, despite the lack of empirical evidence.
Thank you so much, Michael. We're before time. Wow. So we have now a 20-minute time for a discussion and a debate in between the 5 speakers. The idea is like for you to answer the question on how could these progresses in your pioneering countries impact the rest of the world? How do you think that the CAS report is going to spread, and how will the country react to that?
Could I answer firstly? Because I would like to rephrase this question. How has the progress in our countries affected the rest of the world? Finland was the first to adopt a precautionary approach, followed by Sweden. As I mentioned, the reversal took place in the spring of 2021 and was reinforced by SBU's systematic review published in February 2022, which showed, as I've said, that hormonal treatment of children with gender dysphoria was in principle completely lacking in scientific support, and 2, the new national knowledge support from December 2022. An example of the influence that Sweden's new cautious approach has had internationally has come to my attention since 8th of May 2023, when I was contacted by a lawyer representing the US state of Tennessee. They had recently introduced a law for the treatment of children with gender dysphoria that was directly inspired by the new recommendations in Sweden. Now the law had been appealed, and the lawyer contacted me because he had read some of what I had written on the subject and wondered if I could be an expert witness for the state. Today, it has been just over a year since the Tennessee lawyer contacted me. During that time, I have provided expert testimony to 6 US states. In addition to Tennessee, Texas, Montana, Missouri, Florida, and Ohio. I have written 5 expert opinions and 3 supplemental opinions based on expert testimony from plaintiffs. Participated in 2 depositions as cross-examination by the prosecution, and provided testimony in 1 of the trials. Some of the cases are closed and they won. Some are ongoing.
Yes, Rita.
I just associate on from this. I think that the most important thing is to gather research evidence about what the treatments are working and how, and are there those benefits that are claimed. If there are very positivistic and enthusiastic claims of benefits, we have to evaluate if these benefits really take place. If there is a risk of any harm, we have to do scientific research to demonstrate whether or not this risk actualizes, and we have to inform about the scientific findings. Scientific publication, I think, is the key to spreading the accurate knowledge and helping health services to formulate their practices according to the best evidence. This should always be the nature of medical activities. Medicine has to correct itself by accumulating new evidence, evaluating the old practices against the new evidence, and evaluating the practices. This is the only way that medicine can appropriately provide health benefits to people and prevent harm. Myself, I have been trying to report about my observations in this field from the early beginning, because this is what I have always done in any field of my activity. I have published extensively in other fields of medicine as well, well, psychiatric anyway, but in psychiatry as well. And when I first observed in Finland that the patients were not similar than expected, and next observed that they were not thriving as expected, I thought it was my duty to inform immediately the scientific community about the irregularities observed and that the expectations were not being fulfilled. It took me really many years to understand that the scientific community in corpore did not want to hear it. It didn't occur to me that this field of medicine would not operate in the same manner as any field of medicine should, accumulating evidence and evaluating practices and correcting them. Nevertheless, I think we have to keep trying. The European Society for Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, the ESCAP, recently gave out a statement emphasizing that research has to be evaluated and judged by the quality of the data and the design, the data, and rigorously how well the research has been done in terms of scientific, the rules of collecting scientific evidence, not based on what is the conclusion. In this field of medicine, I have noticed that there is sometimes a tendency to publish conclusions that are wildly away from what the data actually has shown in the paper. This should not happen in any field of medicine. And I think that producing evidence, publishing evidence, and also keeping the discussion going on, that this field of medicine has to be treated like any other field of medicine is the only way to making the healthcare balanced and appropriate and make it to correct itself all the time. The scientific community should also incorporate together, condemn any personal attacks against researchers and any operating on the level of defaming researchers, spreading rumors about their background or personal qualifications or that kind of things. We should only focus on the scientific evidence. And this is unfortunately not the case in this field of research, and the scientific community is not standing together. The community is allowing aggressive and misinformation spreading demonstrations if they are themselves feel that they are on the side of being favored by those. This should be condemned in any way, whether or not the aggressive demonstration or defaming or all this kind of background noise is in favor of me or against me. I have to condemn it, and I expect the same from all the scientists.
Thank you, Rita. We're going to listen to Michael Biggs.
Yeah, just two quick remarks. I mean, one is that I think Rita deserves enormous credit for being the clinic which had adopted what seemed to be the best practice, then saw that the results were not as they were in the Netherlands, or at least as reported as they were in the Netherlands, and immediately published evidence to that effect and changed policies. And that's a real contrast with the Tavistock JIDs, who started this experiment in 2010. By 2016, it was very clear that the children had not thrived on puberty blockers. They were not getting the same results as the Dutch. And as a result, what they did is just simply bury the evidence, and they didn't. They would have. I really do believe that that would have never come to the light without me discovering the some preliminary results and unpublished conference papers where they admitted that this wasn't working. And so there's a real contrast there. And I fear that there are other gender clinics in other countries which are following that Tavistock-Jizz model of not reporting negative outcomes. So I think therefore we get a very biased picture in the literature. The second point I just wanted to make is that the CAS review really has made a huge change. You can sort of feel it. I feel it almost in my university, sort of it changes a sense of whether it's respectable to it's now sort of respectable to question that, whereas before it was just being transphobic and bigoted. And I think the very fact that Rita and I were just at the Royal College of Psychiatrists International Conference in Edinburgh in Scotland, and there was, we were on a panel. Obviously, there were attempts to get that panel taken down, but I think there were maybe a few years before it would have succeeded. We would have been cancelled, but I think because of the CAS review, and CAS was one of the keynote speakers invited to present at the conference, we had that sort of air of legitimacy, even though the vast majority of the questions that were asked on the conference app were extremely hostile to us, including what were we doing to celebrate trans children and trans rights during Pride Month? That was one of the questions in a scientific conference, right? What are you doing to celebrate trans children and their rights? And that was not from a graduate student or some graduate student. That was from someone with a quite high up administrative position in the National Health Service. And that was the quality of their question. So I think the CAS review has really, really made a difference. And I hope it makes a difference, and especially in other English-speaking countries as well.
Thank you, Michael. Would you want to say something? And David also.
Yes, well, I agree with Katyala that it's important that the scientific community is self-correcting. When I'm looking to the Netherlands, I'm quite pessimistic because it's extremely hard if you are the Amsterdam clinic and you've invented the protocol and you've done it that way for 20 years. I mean, imagine that then you will admit that after all the evidence was too weak. I would think that's hardly impossible. And I think we also can observe that so far the biggest and quickest change has come from health authorities stepping in, starting investigations, starting to do systematic reviews, right? These are neutral, and these are looking with a fresh perspective, and they all come to the same conclusion, which is that the evidence is too weak and that we should become much more cautious. So I think that it's quicker to advocate for health authorities stepping in and to do what the scientific community should have done itself already for years. And in that respect, I think it's quite good that in the Netherlands, the parliament has voted for a motion to ask the government, to ask our health council, which is the highest advisory council in matters of health and public health for the minister and the parliament, to come up with an advice on pediatric gender care, with the question to which extent current Dutch pediatric gender care adheres to the health legal framework in the Netherlands. And they will write a report, the Health Council. The work should probably start this year. And my hope is just that the outcome will again be the same, which as so far, which is that the evidence is too weak and that we should be much more cautious.
I think Rita wants to say something else.
Well, I just wanted to add to this that the health authorities, of course, cannot operate without scientific knowledge. So the health authorities are one audience who needs to obtain the most recent and itself correcting scientific evidence. I kind of considered them as a part of the scientific community in a way. So health authorities either must not operate either on base of feelings or political aspirations, but they are one of the parties who need the compiling evidence or to base their activities on.
Thank you.
Yeah, I definitely
David?
agree. And I think that currently already the state of the evidence is quite clear.
David, would you like?
I feel that the stress upon the need to assess evidence to be objective, rational, is to be very, very much supported. But also, historically, there have been repetitive and continuous problems in maintaining those standards. And maybe it's better in some countries than in others. But, for example, if you think of the history of psychotropic medication, many would argue that the evidence is extremely poor. But this has very little impact upon people prescribing, for example, antidepressants to people for all of their lives. So this whole area of psychiatry, I think, is quite problematic in terms of being able to stick to this absolute necessary assessing the evidence. And therefore, I think it does need some kind of external monitoring as well. Also, the other thing I just wanted to mention, I mentioned very briefly before, is that I'm not saying this argument is being made here, but it is made elsewhere. We need the evidence, so we need to do a proper research with a randomly controlled trial. That sounds so scientific, and I think it's completely unethical. First of all, it's unethical, because normally these kind of trials are being done on children who are in danger of their lives, for which a new drug has been found, and which it would be right to try it. That's not the situation here. There's no evidence the drug is helpful. There is evidence that it's harmful. There's a lot of evidence that these children managed in a different way will grow out of it. And certainly we don't know which children will change their minds and which won't. To subject children to a clinical trial, I think, again, would be an ideological moment, not a properly scientific one. There's absolutely no reason to do that. And I feel quite strongly about that. It sounds so scientific. And lastly, I don't think it's practical, because any child would know if they were on the puberty blocker or not, and therefore, the likely placebo effect will be massive. So it's impractical and unethical.
Thank you. Because we do have oh, you wanted to say something else? Yes, all right. Sorry.
Firstly, I totally agree. I don't think it's ethical to do those studies. Yeah. You can't do them, no. But then I would like to say I am an incurable optimist, and I am optimistic about the future of this issue, because the debate began just 5 years ago.
That's true.
And in all the Nordic countries, in United Kingdom, in 25 of the states in United States, they have adopted the precautionary principle in only 5 years. That's fantastic.
Thank you for ending on an optimistic point of view. We were just wondering if we had a little bit of time, Céline, for one question from the group. Oui.
I mean, we have no discussion with the audience. That's a shame, isn't it? Oh. Well, they have.
So, Jean-Louis, Magali.
Non, si on n'a pas le temps, on peut reporter peut-être tout à l'heure. Alors, oui.
Maybe we can wait until later. Good morning. First of all, thank you. Just a minute. We want to give all the panelists time to put on their headsets. I just wanted to thank you for this international symposium. I think it's important to have a meeting like this because we need to get together with experts from all over Europe, because I think that there's also a key question which has to do with the European Parliament and the impact of this on our societies and on the fundings of all gender-related issues. And so, hence my question. Could we think of a group of experts who would get together in a working group that might lobby the European Union and be used as an experts group that would present their ideas and their criticism on this idea, because there's a lot of lobbying, a lot of influence in the European Union. So could we maybe have some kind of a European observatory or a European group of experts on gender issues? Thank you.
I would just comment, it was a great idea, of course.
Vous m'entendez? Alors, j'ai une question pour Madame Calcala.
I have a question for Rita.
Depuis 2020 que les traitements hormonaux ne sont plus disponibles.
Hormone therapy is no longer available in your country since 2020. So trans activists claim that young people commit more suicide because they don't have hormone therapy anymore. Have you noticed an increase in the number of suicides since you've stopped providing hormone therapy?
Firstly, hormone therapy has not been stopped completely. It is advised that it is available under strict conditions and after a careful case-by-case evaluation and the individual assessment of needs. Secondly, we have never taken a total U-turn. We were never enthusiastically and liberally prescribing, therefore we needed not take a U-turn when the accumulating evidence suggested that there really needs to be more caution. It has rather functioned in preventing from things going to highly low threshold interventions. There has not been any increase in youth suicide in Finland. Actually, the suicide numbers have been on the decrease for decades. You might expect actually that if this was the case, that there were lots of young people in earlier decades who never were able to express their feelings of gender dysphoria or trans identity, which would put them at higher risk of suicide, then you would have seen a number of suicides in previous years instead of now when there are also other treatments. My research group has also demonstrated that suicide are completed suicide is extremely rare in this population. We have published a paper which I didn't have time to put in my presentation, but you will easily find it in Medline, and we have demonstrated that despite that it is commonly cited that transgender identifying young people in the population as well as among those presenting with gender dysphoria in clinics, a very high percentage present with suicidal ideation, then must always keep in mind that suicidal ideation and completed suicide are very, very separate entities. Completed suicide is also rather rare, rather rare among psychiatric patients, but suicidal ideation is very common in all kinds of adolescent psychiatric disorders. Our study also demonstrated that in addition to that suicide was very rare, it was actually explained by severe psychiatric treatment needs. So it is severe psychiatric disorders that are the main risk factor for completed suicide, not gender dysphoria in itself. When we compared the people who had conducted for gender dysphoria to matched people in the population, we were able to demonstrate that it is the need for specialist level psychiatric treatment that is the main explaining variable for completed suicide. Also further we demonstrated the number of suicide was so small that we couldn't go to very detailed stratified analysis and present suicide figures for different groups because they were so rare. But in the aftermath of the publication, we demonstrated first that neither those gender dysphoria patients who had proceeded to gender-affirming medication nor those who had not differed from the population controls regarding suicide mortality. And later we have written, and we will see if it will be published in the aftermath in the discussion, we were allowed to give out the information that within the gender dysphoria group, the suicide mortality did not differ between those who had proceeded to medical gender reassignment and those who had not. Numbers were very small, but fortunately numbers were very small, and I am happy that we cannot do more stratified analysis because so few people actually suicided. That was a national study over 3 decades, and maybe in some bigger country you can do more detailed analysis, but I am happy to emphasize that suicide is really rare in this population. Suicidal ideation is a separate entity from actual suicide mortality. Suicide mortality has not increased in Finland. It has been on the decrease. There is no suicide crisis in our population, and not in general and not related to gender identity.
Oui, nous allons donc, alors, pendant que chacun va regagne sa place.
Now, while we are asking all of you to go back to your seats, we are going to welcome Claude Habib. So, dear colleagues, can you please ask you to leave the rostrum? And we are going to have Claude Habib coming over here. And in the meantime, I'd like you to pay attention to a voice that we're going to hear in this room.
Merci. Ça marche? Vous m'entendez? Bien. Devenir garçon, le mirage des...
Now, becoming a boy, the mirage of sex defectors. So my talk focuses on the female to male transitions, and which all these transitions have come as a surprise in the past 10 years or 15 years. And this is something that ambitions my talk to highlights the ideological conditions that may facilitate the transition. And of course, there are other fruitful avenues to be explored, such as social contagion, described by Lisa Littman, or the pubertal sexuation anxiety that has been described by the OPS, and also the detrimental role played by social media. And here we can quote Jonathan Haidt. Now, of course, during this meeting, I won't have to focus and dwell on the word of mirage. However, I like to have some dotting of the I's here. And I'm not going to focus on chromosomal difference because it's something which we can't experience. And mankind up to the 20th century wasn't aware of this difference. So we'll just leave that to genetics experts. And therefore go back to our experience. And we know that trans men can't experience morning erection or ejaculation during the night. Now, the most elementary experience, such as ejaculation, will always be something foreign to this trans man. And these trans men who say they are homosexual and who would like to have anal sex will never experience prostatic orgasm because they don't have a prostate to start with. And now the trans people who go for bottom surgery have a choice between metoidioplasty, which means that you separate clitoris from the small labia in order to create small penis, whereby retaining the feeling but doesn't allow penetration, or phalloplasty, which is a more cumbersome surgical intervention because you have to shape a pseudo-penis from a flap harvested from the forearm or the chest or the back. And this is an organ which is then activated by pump, allowing penetration but not orgasm because the penis isn't innervated. So you have these two operations, and the trans person in fact is someone who just can retain the possibility to come or acquire the possibility to experience penetration. And of course, for a native boy, these two aspects are closely intertwined. So it is indeed a mirage, and therefore it disappears as you get closer. Not to mention post-surgical complications such as stenosis, urinary infection, and which means that at the end of the day, it's impossible to become, to truly become a man and experience all the things that you experience as a man. Now, imagination can, of course, obfuscate these differences because imagination rules the world. And it's always possible to pretend that you are a boy or to ask others to pretend that you are a boy, because testosterone is a powerful hormone, and therefore trans men have it better than women, trans women, but they can't actually become a man. Now, to explain the very amazing surge in the number of transitions from female to male, I think that we may quote Freud and the penis envy. I always thought this is something not quite convincing, but apparently it does seduce some women. Of course, such an envy would remain just a fantasy without the environment that facilitates transition, because it is now possible to get access to cross-sex hormones and surgery. And it's also possible because there are some shared ideological representations that I would like to explain now. And I mean, in particular, the fact that there's been a constant denial of sex differences that characterizes the universalist feminism or Beauvoir's feminism. This is a denial that has spread in society with several variations, and I will mention them. Firstly, the fact that there's no psychical difference between men and women. Secondly, the fact that though there may be some differences, well, these are minor. And thirdly, these differences, though they may be of substance, are to be entirely due to culture and education. Now, if you, of course, consider all these opinions, you get the perfect crucible for what we see today. However, one should remember that these positions are not defended by the same people. Now, radical feminists, though opposed to trans activists' claims, usually are of the first opinion and argue that the morphological difference between sexes has got nothing to do about their capacities, and therefore, if you say that, well, maybe it can explain a number of things, then you are accused of being a racist and referred to the studies that used to, or the intellectuals that used to say that you could judge the intellectual ability of a person by just measuring the skull. Now, the second position, the interim position, is less dogmatic, but and doesn't exclude the difference between sexes. However, the validity is denied, and it is argued that it may influence brain development, but that one should mention that this variation is less major than the one that can be observed from one individual to the next. And therefore, sex-related mental or psychical differences are minor ones and therefore can be overlooked. So in this case, with this opinion, you do acknowledge that there is sexual variability, but you neutralize it and you argue that, in fact, society is made of just individuals. Now, with the third position, one admits the existence of considerable variations, but then these variations are delegitimized because they are judged to be socially created. And, of course, this is the everlasting debate between nature and culture, and of course the aim is to delegitimize the differences in behavior that can be observed, and by casting some doubt on the origin. And if these differences were natural, if these differences are natural and real, in fact, they are due to injustice that is responsible for them. Recently, I read an article in the Monde newspaper arguing that artificial, or not arguing, but reporting the fact that artificial intelligence can recognize the MRI images from men and women's brains, and at 90%, AI is capable of saying whether the brain belongs to a man or a woman. And of course, this triggered a lot of reactions saying that this predisposition, it's like saying that the predisposition for this or that in men or women was just like being prejudiced. Though, for instance, if you can acknowledge that Kenyans, for instance, are very talented when it comes to running, doesn't mean, of course, that all of them in Kenya can boast the same talent or cannot do anything else. Or if you say that and observe that girls are more empathetic than boys, doesn't mean that some boys can't be empathetic, or that women, though they may be empathetic or not, can be excellent as far as logics or physics, nuclear physics, or other sciences come. Now, because feminists reject the differences associated with sex, I think we can say that they are insecure about themselves, and that being so sensitive about all these notions looks very much like an inferiority complex. And of course, therefore, everything that pertains to the femininity or is shrouded by the lack of knowledge, or it is a subject of contempt. Therefore, it is, and if it is impossible to know or to feel that there's something specific in being a woman, well, it becomes impossible to be proud about the fact that you are a woman, or impossible to become happy. And therefore, feminism does play its role in this drift towards transition. And because in these circumstances, what's good there in being a woman, and it seems on top of that some young people, and quite a number of them, just believe that men can become pregnant. So feminism has not only a negative impact, but it's got also a positive influence as an incentive to change your gender. When you're convinced that women are dominated and that men get all the best advantages, well, it seems rational that some women would like to avoid it. And when you are at school, girls at school are told that they should be as successful as boys, and that they should show their capacities in their professional life. So, of course, it doesn't come as a surprise that some of them choose to use a fast track to fulfillment and become men. They are just escaping a situation that is not favorable. Now, of course, there's also some feeling of guilt among some trans men, because they probably had this diagnosis of the situation of women in society, and instead of fighting against it, they decided to escape it. So this becoming a trans is a solution that is at the crossroads of the feminist diagnosis on society, which is unfair for women, and this desire to make sure that you fare better than others. And therefore, it's not very comfortable from the moral point of view. And this is what you read about in Emmanuel Beaubatier's book called Transfuge de sexe, in French, Sex Defector. Emmanuel Beaubatier is a trans man himself or herself, and she or the author says that transition is easier for when you go from man to woman. And because then trans women are on the good side of the oppression. And this is a sort of problem that has been solved by Paul Bresciado, who affirms that who affirms being both a trans man and a lesbian woman. My conclusion, of course, my criticism has got nothing to do with a rejection of what has been conquered by women in the past century. Neither am I ungrateful of what these pioneers did. And of course, I adhere to the demand for equality to which they aspired. However, I think that there's indeed some internal criticism to be exerted within feminism, because we see that these adolescents, are now forced to or are rejecting their femininity and can be willing to mutilate their body. Now, we had to listen to some sound, but it's not possible. It wasn't possible, so we are going to do so this afternoon, and going on with a second round table. with Leonardo Orlando. We are going to hear about countries that haven't changed yet, but things are changing. And there are 3 colleagues from Spain, Silvia Carrasco, José Erasti, and Marino Perez Alvarez. All of you can join us. Then Beryl Connor for Belgium.
Beryl Conner, alors André Léonard pour l'Autriche.
André Léonard for Austria. And Christian Flavini for France. Now we are very sorry that because Alexander Korte could not join us, but of course our hearts go out to him. He was not able to be with us for some reasons that we will mention again in the coming weeks.
No, hicieron que estuvieran todos, así que...
Qu'est-ce que vous dites? Je ne comprends pas. Ella la sabe.
¿Cuánto le pusiste? Bon, je ne sais pas si là on peut entendre. Oui. Bon, bonjour de nouveau. Comme vous voyez,
Hello,
c'est
everyone.
une table très grande.
Now, this is a round table that brings together many people, and there are going to be several languages as well. English, French, and Spanish. A bit of Spanish that I will translate myself. So we'll start with Spain. And we'll go from pessimism towards optimism. We are going to give the floor to Silvia Carrasco. I think we do have a problem with the slides. Well, Sylvia. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for your invitation. I'll try and read my text in French and do my best. Now, slides are just support to refer to 3 things for Spain. Firstly, the legal changes and between 2000 and 2023, there have been some radical changes in law with the first law for recognition of gender, and this law was meant to offer a solution for this minority, mainly men, adult men, suffering from gender dysphoria. Now, this law defines the gender as an identity as opposed to the law about the equality between men and women. That was passed a week later, defining gender as an oppression, like the Convention of Istanbul, that argues in favor of eradication of violence against women. However, since 2014, without any public debate and through regional legislations, some laws were approved concerning non-discrimination, health and education, on LGBTQ and trans rights, or both. And all these legislations have sections on trans children, and all national laws on protection of children and adolescents against violence. New law on education and sports includes gender identity and the rights of transgender children. Save the Children Spain in 2001 was an association that promoted new rights for children and the rights to get access to hormones in order to experience fully their gender identity. So we went from this legal fiction to a position where we had some real trans identity, abolishing the biological reality, and this has been the case with the latest piece of legislation in 2023. 44 elements of legislation have been passed in 10 years. Now, there is also just an academic justification. There are some sessions to raise the awareness of families and society that are organized by trans activists organization, with arguing, for instance, that you can be born in the wrong body, that the sexual orientation is like a gender identity, that there are brains of men brains or boys' brains and girls' brains, and so on and so forth, corresponding to the true gender identity of a person. And even teachers are trained on this, and this is qualified as innovation in feminism, and therefore everything has been teachers are asked to adapt the reality of schools to the experience of transgender children, and children who say that they declare themselves as transgender may be triggered by what they share at school, on social media, but also on the education that is given to them in schools. The different phases have been described in my book. In Catalonia, the protocol against violence against girls has been done away with in schools, replaced by a protocol against violence against LGBTQ trans people. So the gender-affirming model has been introduced in the health system for trans people. That's the third pillar. Just like any piece of legislation based on transgender ideology, the original law in Spain promotes gender-affirming therapy based on the self-diagnosis. An increasing number of children are referred by pediatricians or by trans activist associations to reference centers. In Catalonia, a report has been produced on the number of children concerned and about the trends between 2012 and 2021, and this report is available on our site. in several languages. Now, the report states that there has been an exponential increase, more than 7,000%. There has been a multiplication by 4 between 2001 and 2021. And in the current year, we have statistics that correspond to 25% of cases observed in previous years. And increasingly minors from 0 to 9 years. We see a majority of boys. In the other age brackets, girls predominate. In the above 30 years of age, there are more men. So there's been a change in the demographic structure. The majority of minors are girls. The majority of adults are men. The increase is quite alarming in teenagers and pre-teens. 70 cases in the 10 to 14 or 18 to 18 are girls. And though the increase is also worrying for boys, 5,500% of girls from 10 to 14 have now been affected.
The percentage of cases where the sex of the person has not been recorded is alarmingly high, also more than plus 10% in that same age group. And if we cross this with data from other sources, we can say that it's women. So that means 80%. Most cases treated needed hormonal treatment. And the report recognizes that 87% of cases, hormones are prescribed as of the first visit. We started to have data from other autonomous communities, and the trend which is described is exactly the same. If you look at the treatment, we looked at the consumption of hormone indirectly because the pharmacists actually have to indicate the number of medications that they deliver on the basis of a prescription. And the data gives us information about patients. And if we fine-tune this by sex and by age, from 14 to 21 for sex hormones, we see that the consumption of hormone treatments has evolved in the same way as the number of patients. Blockers in teenagers, testosterone and female hormones for men has increased in a disproportionate manner, from less than 2,000 in 2012 to more than 30,000 in 2023. That's for Catalonia only. So it's a very, very flourishing market, which actually does a lot of profit. And the media or the politicians never ask themselves questions about the fate of those children, especially teenage girls. It's all the contrary. They keep repeating that all this is progressive and constitutes a development of people's rights. There were boycotts of my classes in February. Some students who claimed to be members of the Socialist Youth shouted against transphobia and workers' violence. And now, on some pride posters, you can see against the capital anal pleasure. Thank you.
Porque así no tengo que compartir el micrófono con José, no es que me moleste compartir el micrófono. Merci beaucoup, Sylvia.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Okay, so we're now going to look at Spain. We'll start with Marino Perez Alvarez and Marino and José Erasti, who are both professors at Oviedo. They're going to tell us what was the impact of the CAS review in Spain.
Sé que el tiempo es el superego del conferenciante y por tanto seré breve.
I know that we don't have much time, because time is actually the super ego of speakers at conferences.
Un impacto significativo en cambios políticos en España, aunque sí ha tenido un gran impacto en las instituciones sociales, profesionales y académicas, así como en la opinión pública. En España parece haber una inmunidad política a las evidencias científicas, conforme la política está muy ideologizada.
Alors, pour l'instant,
Well, for the moment, the CAS report has had no impact in Spain at institutional level, but it did have some impact in scientific groups, scientific associations, and in some activist groups, but not yet at political level, because you know that the politics is very ideologized in Spain.
Por tres razones. Los médicos se cuidarán de aplicar el bloqueo de la pubertad a falta de la evidencia que suponían que quizá tenían. Las instituciones escolares ya no cuentan con la impunidad y el beneplácito de la opinión pública para empujar a los niños en el enfoque afirmativo. Y, por su parte, la psicología y la psiquiatría están reclamando el papel legítimo en la evaluación de los problemas concernientes a disforia de género o similares.
Alors, quand même, pour être un tout petit peu optimiste, c'est moi qui l'ai dit. Donc,
Now, let's try to be a little bit optimistic. 3 reasons to be optimistic. The first is the role of doctors, who now are going to start to not want to move too quickly towards medical treatment. The second is education. The educational system is such that there will no longer be the impunity that we had so far, and then psychiatry also will have to try to claim its role in addressing a certain number of issues. And that's it. Thank you. José, your turn. We don't have a mic for José. I'm sorry that I don't speak French. I used to listen to Georges Brassens, so I know a little bit of French, but unfortunately I will have to speak in Spanish.
Que tenemos en España respecto de jóvenes que sufren este problema, pues ha experimentado un aumento espectacular en los últimos años. Y a estos jóvenes les ha ocurrido lo que entendemos que es lo peor que puede ocurrir a cualquier persona que sufre, y es que se han convertido en armas políticas. En un debate político muy tenso que tenemos en España. La situación política española se ha tensado mucho en los últimos años, y estos jóvenes son sencillamente armas en manos de políticos que no están sinceramente interesados en su bienestar, sino que están únicamente interesados en ratificar sus ideas políticas o en esgrimirlos contra el contrario, apelando a autoridades morales.
Je vais faire un résumé.
I'm going to have to summarize this. Basically, what happens in Spain is that politicians are using this youth, these youngsters, just because they want to politically use them. And of course, we could be a little bit pessimistic in that respect.
Es posible, pero con seguridad hay ideología que está completamente libre de ciencia. Y esto es exactamente lo que está ocurriendo con la ideología queer, que se está defendiendo pues, por ciertos grupos políticos en nuestro país.
Alors, l'on sait qu'il n'y a pas des sciences
We know
d'idéologie. En revanche, on sait bien qu'il y a bien de l'idéologie où il n'y a
there
pas
is
de science.
ideology where there is no science at all. And this is exactly the case with the queer ideology. There is no science in there, but they are trying to fight against those who want to attack them on the basis of science.
Centralizada y funciona a nivel de las comunidades autónomas. Una comunidad autónoma, por ejemplo, la catalana, gobernada desde la izquierda nacionalista, ha pretendido realizar una ley trans especialmente favorable a la hormonación de menores, incluso a la hormonación de menores a partir de los 12 años. Mientras que, por el contrario, otra comunidad autónoma, la Comunidad Autónoma de Madrid, gobernada por la derecha y muy enfrentada al gobierno español, ¿verdad?, ha hecho en los últimos meses un cambio muy interesante, corrigiendo su propia ley trans e imponiendo la necesidad de un abordaje psicológico de los jóvenes antes de pasar a la hormonación.
Alors, ce qu'il faut savoir d'abord est qu'en Espagne...
Well, you have to realize that in Spain, it's local authorities which prevail and which rule in the comunidades. So I'm going to give you two examples. There's Catalonia, where the government really pushed to provide hormones to children starting at the age of 12. And then you have the Madrid community, where in Catalonia it's a left-wing government, in Madrid it's right-wing, and in Madrid they are currently backtracking, and they are taking much more precaution when it comes to children's transition, and they are fought by trans activists.
No destacan por ser especialmente valientes, ¿verdad?, en la lucha contra esta ideología, pero sí es cierto que se está notando un pequeño cambio. Por ejemplo, yo he tenido ocasión de ser invitado al último Congreso Nacional de la Endocrinología Pediátrica en España. Los propios médicos me pidieron que fuera a contar mi visión del tema de la disforia de género, ellos mismos asustados, ¿verdad?, por la enorme cantidad de casos, por el gran aumento de casos que estaban experimentando en sus consultas. Y he de decir que la intervención que allí realicé, pues consiguió en varias ocasiones aplausos espontáneos del conjunto, ¿verdad?, de los endocrinos, de los endocrinólogos pediátricos que allí se encontraban, y muchas felicitaciones posteriores, entendiendo que el camino por el que deberíamos transitar es el que yo estaba proponiendo. Con lo cual, yo sí tengo cierto optimismo, al menos respecto de las clases médicas y psicológicas en España.
Alors, il conclut sur une note optimiste.
The conclusion is an optimistic note, because I was invited to the child endocrinology conference. And of course, you know that the medical community at large is not known for its bravery. But this time I was surprised by the reception that my speech got, because I received applause, actually, and a lot of people came to see me at the end of my conference to say that they believed that this was what had to be done. So, once again, I hope that things are going to move in the right direction, at least inside the medical community. Thank you. Right. Now we're going to move on with Beryl, I think. For Belgium. Yes, I have to mention that.
So the idea is briefly to draw a picture on the situation in Belgium. So Belgium is a trilingual country, like a bit weird for such a small country, but history can explain that. When I first wrote this note, there were 2 gender clinics in Belgium, but right now there are 3 gender support clinics. So another one has just recently opened. They were providing care for minors previously, but they recently received the agreement from the National Institute for Health and Disability Insurance, which means that in these 3 gender support clinics, the care are completely funded by the National Institute of Health and Disability Insurance. So there's one in Ghent. This one started to treat children in 2007. There's another one that's open in the French part of the country, in Liège, in 2019, and really recently in Antwerp for treating minors. So according to the convention between the National Institute for Health and Disability Insurance and the gender support clinics, there's a minimum requirement for a team to exist, which includes a coordinating physician who should not be especially a psychiatrist, a child and adolescent psychologist if the center treats patients that are under the age of 16 years old, and a sex psychologist, and a case manager and a social worker. So their therapeutic approach is set to be multidisciplinary, but there are major differences in between how these clinic works. We know that in Liège, there's a co-consultation at the beginning of when the patient arrives. It's co-consultation in between the psychiatrist and an endocrinologist directly. So due to the increased waiting lists in these 3 clinics, our health minister announced in the newspaper at the end of 2023 that other clinics, which mainly already provide transgender care for adults, are currently waiting for the approval of the RISIV INAMI, which is the National Institute of Health, to be part also of the convention, and so to be able to get the reimbursement of the whole process. So all these clinics follow the 8th edition of the WPATH standards of care, and their website states that it's important to follow autodetermination, and they also state that it's necessary to pay particular attention to psychological difficulties during consultations, but this must not be a barrier to access to the transgender care in line with the international standards of care for transgender people. In Belgium, transgender care is also provided by independent clinicians that do not work in gender clinics. These are mainly the patients that we see in our private consultations. So they're outside of these recognized gender clinics, and they provide care for both minors and adults. They get trained by transactivist associations, and the majority of these doctors are referenced by transactivist association as LGBT plus friendly doctors. And why are they friendly? Is that because they're not questioning. So the aim when you go there is to provide fast-track affirmation care without need for preliminary exploratory interviews. And so they work faster than what we see in the convention, gender clinics. And just a last point I wanted to talk about is that the prescription of puberty blockers, even though they are reimbursed for transgender care in minors because of the convention, they're considered as being off-label. So, which is a complete paradox. It's said on the, what we call in French, l'Agence fédérale du médicament, it's said to be off-label in that indication, but the state reimburses it if it's under the care of the convention in the transgender clinics. And the last important information to know is that prescription of puberty blockers used to be restricted to university hospitals, whereas in 2022 it has changed. So the National Healthcare Institute said that now it shouldn't be restricted to university hospitals, but that any doctor can prescribe it with a single prescription. And so we believe that before, these doctors outside of the gender clinics, because we know that from social networks, they used to prescribe it, but with falsifying the prescription, which means that they were prescribed for the indication of precocious puberty to be able for the patient to get the reimbursement. But right now, you don't even need to reference any indication. So that's right now the situation in Belgium. I forgot to say one thing. We have some numbers. We asked the state for some numbers. And so since 2006, the prescription of puberty blockers has made ×3 in Belgium and ×2 since 2019. So in 5 years, it's ×2.
Thank you, Ariel. I thought that Spain was going to be the most depressing one, but actually Belgium, it's good. It's another challenge. Okay, so now we're going to move to Central Europe with André Leonhardt, a research psychologist at the Department of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry at the Tarell Clinic in Austria.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. So, unfortunately, my German colleague, Alexander Korte, is not here today and won't speak about Germany, the largest and most influential country among the German-speaking countries. However, some of what I will mention is relevant to Germany as well. It's relevant to Germany, Austria, and Switzerland as they collaborated on the newly amended guidelines for treating gender dysphoric youth. So I was asked to comment on 4 questions regarding the situation in Austria. The first one being, when did the first minor transgender clinics started in your country, in Austria? And the answer would be that specialized services for minors were established in Austria in the 2000s, and the majority of patients are treated in Austria, the capital, in Vienna, sorry, the capital of Austria. And in addition to Vienna, smaller outpatient services are in the other states within Austria, but Vienna sees most patients. I'm from Innsbruck in Tyrol, so in 2013 there was a specialized outpatient service established for children and adolescents. It was in collaboration with the University Clinic for Gynecological Endocrinology and the pediatrics of the University Clinic of Innsbruck. So from the get-go, it was set up in a collaboration with the somatic departments of the clinic. However, it is important to mention that in Austria, attendance to a specialized outpatient clinic from a child and adolescent psychiatry is not obligatory, meaning that treatment can be provided in private practice as well. So clinicians in private practice can issue one of the 2 necessary statements in favor of any medical interventions, being puberty blockers or hormonal treatment. So a minor would need a psychotherapeutic statement in favor of it, and the other one, the medical one, can come from a private clinician. However, we do see most patients come to the clinics with their parents. So the second question is, how are the minors being taken care of in this clinic? And there are recommendations for the treatment process for gender dysphoric children and adolescents. They were established in 2017, so right around the time when the surge of minors presenting to clinics was seen. And these guidelines are more or less based on established international guidelines and supplemented with country-specific additions where necessary. So it's mainly oriented towards the WPATH guidelines. They do emphasize the importance of a comprehensive diagnostic assessment conducted by a multidisciplinary team prior to the initiation of any treatment. And the diagnostic components include information from the fields of child and adolescent psychiatry, clinical psychology, pediatric endocrinology, and psychotherapy. So that's also how we provide clinical care at our specialized outpatient clinic. We try to collaborate with all these other fields. There was the question regarding data on the increase in the number of patients treated in these centers, and there are not many studies, but there is a recent study by Steininger and colleagues from 2024 that indicates the development in Vienna, the capital of Austria, seeing most patients, and the number of referrals as everywhere increased steeply from 2008 to 2018, whereafter it stabilized at around 50 per year. So Vienna sees about 50 patients per year. The median age of patients was 15.6 years, and the sex distribution was about 75% female and 25% male. For Tyrol, for Innsbruck, where I'm at, there was also an increase observable, of course, a tenfold increase between 2013 to 2019. Also with the same sex ratio being 3/4 being female and 1/4 being male. And the new applications amount to around 20 to 25 per year. And the fourth and last question was, what is the situation in 2024? And probably most important is the newly amended guidelines that I mentioned in the beginning, the Association of Scientific Medical Societies in Germany, called AWMF. They are currently in the process of publishing the amended guidelines for the treatment of gender dysphoric youth or youth with gender incongruence. It's led by the German Society for Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. And the developmental process of these guidelines included the primary medical organizations of Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. So it's of major importance to all the German-speaking countries. And since its preliminary publication, it's due to be published officially now in June. There have been polarized responses. There was a large group of professors voicing their opposition, clearly voicing their opposition, and drafting a large paper. It was about 150 pages in more or less internally distributed document, which I found not the best way to distribute it, but maybe it get published officially. And now the Guideline Commission is drafting a reply to this comment. So one could argue the discussion in the German-speaking countries is in full swing, which is good. There is polarized discussion, but there is discussion. Lastly, regarding the guidelines, they are not binding. They are guidelines and not, they are recommendations, but they are not binding in terms of that we, for example, at one outpatient clinic have to treat these patients according to the guidelines. It's mainly a recommendation. But still, they are highly influential, and it is very likely for most clinics to oblige to these guidelines. That's the situation in Austria.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't know, we should remain optimistic or pessimistic, so maybe just agnostic. Donc, je pense que maintenant, on va passer au français.
Now, let's give the floor to Christian Favigny, who is a child psychiatrist and psychoanalyst, and he's going to tell us about the lay of the land in our dear country. Now, let me go back to the question that was asked at the very start of our meeting. How come that we have to turn to politicians for something that used to be a debate among doctors, among scientists? And I'd like to share with you my experience at the Salle Médicis Hospital in Paris. I started there a long time ago, just after my studies as a medical doctor. I headed the child psychiatry unit for some 10 years, and then there was a change at the head of the unit, and David Cohen was appointed and made sure that the progressive wind of the modern world could be felt in our unit. And I tried to ask my colleagues to think about it, but it didn't really turn out so well, because a gender identity service was created in association with a trans activist association, and this led to my resignation from this unit because I couldn't really sanction this move. But let me go back to the origin of all this, because right at the start, I will show you that, well, the questions were similar to the ones we are asking ourselves today. And Richard Stoller, a child psychiatrist, an American child psychiatry, wrote on the anatomic ambiguity of intersex children, and there was a creation of a word specific to the psychology, and which was the word gender. He created this word as a tool to talk about these children, and this is how we came to have this independence and separation between gender and sex. And with gender identity, there is a drift towards the self-determination of the sex, i.e. the sort of takeover bid of the psyche over the anatomy. And this is very typical of the American society. According to the law in the US, you are the owner of your body, which is not what we have in France, whereby the body is considered to be unavailable, quote unquote, according to French law. So our two countries are very dissimilar, and I want to stress this. There's also this big difference between the United States, or let's say North America, and France, because they judge that secularism is something that is totally unacceptable. But this is a side comment. What I want to say is that according to the North American logic and reasoning, your feelings about your sex become the truth. And therefore, it does mean that it is quite logical to seek for a correction of your body, and correction in all senses of the word, because the body is then subjected to your desire as a person who may resort to medicine and surgery in order to align your body with your feelings and your will. On top of this, according to the law in the United States, you shouldn't be discriminated because of your age, and hence, of course, the possibility for adolescents and children to benefit from the gender-affirming approach. contrary to what is argued in France, i.e. the need for children to undergo this maturation process. And it is something that I reviewed myself about this problem of hyperkinesia, hyperkinesia of children is considered to be a disorder and a dysfunction in the United States, but without any underpinning from psychology, which is what we do in France. Now, this occurred in the 1960s or 70s, and at the same time, Léon Pressler, a French child psychiatrist, carried out similar studies, and I was privileged in the fact that I could work with him at Hospital Saint-Vincent-de-Paul. And his conclusions were totally different because they fitted within the context of the French School of Psychology. And I want to give you a summary of his conclusions. Children know at a very early age that there are boys and girls, but they don't know why. This is the enigma of the sexual thing for children. And children then start to wonder what would have happened if they had the other sex. And the only thing they can say is that if you're a boy, I'd be like daddy. If I'm a girl, I'd be like my mother. In other words, the only solution for the children is to identify with their own, or identification to their own sex, and identification with a parent, which becomes a role model for the child. And this is very different from the identification that is much talked about today as the identification with or as a gender-fluid person. This is a sort of horizontal identification, whereas the identification of the child with the parent is a vertical identification. Now, the thing is that taking ownership of your own body, underpinned by identification with the parent, the same-sex parent, is something that, of course, that involves the relationship with the parent, but also leads the child to abandon the idea of being of the other sex. And then it will become self-evident for the child to be a girl or a boy. So how does it become self-evident for the child? It's a subjective evidence. It's a subjective realization. Well, I think that this happens in a way that is very specific to the French environment and the French culture, which is affiliation. I'm a boy because I am my parents' son, or I am my parents' girl if I am a girl. And this is what enables the child to grow up. And this is exactly the sort of problem and difficulty that trans-identified minors have. They have this doubt and this interrogation that they can't solve. So just coming back to what's my experience in the hospital I used to work in. Now, David Cohen told me that he was a pragmatic doctor, and therefore couldn't take my contributions into account. And I answered that they were really listening to these patients, and they were just they were not taking into account the fact that maybe they were saying one thing, but that there was an underlying problem, and affirming that they are transgender without trying to look any further. Now, we are faced, I think, with clinical problems for these young people, but there is also a cultural aspect to all of this. And there are three things, in my view, that are very important. Firstly, the Council of State was asked about the question, the issue of genital ambiguity, and because there was a bill that was drafted, and the Council of State didn't mention Gressler's studies, and on the contrary, mentioned the work carried out by the American psychiatrist. So I find this very regrettable that we don't take our own culture into account. And I'm not arguing that the American studies are not good, but I'm just arguing that it's no good trying to import them into our own environment. And secondly, I think it is very important for OPS to work with SEGM, because I think it can bridge the gap between the two cultures, and it can facilitate intercultural dialogue. Thank you very much, Christian Flavini, and we do have a few minutes for questions. Julien Trouvé, I'm a psychologist and clinician. I have a short comment. When you think of the Dutch protocol and the social contagion, social media were mentioned, and the media also. I'm not a researcher, but you've told us about your scientific endeavor. But don't you think that it's going to be impossible for you to offset the influence by the influence of large platforms such as Netflix or others? And I think we do need also to have advocates such as J.K. Rowling, for instance. I don't think this is a medical problem, you see. I think this is a political and social issue that leads to mental and physical disorders, because popular culture has been colonized by an ideology which is very well funded and promoted. I think without this ideology that is so well established everywhere, we wouldn't see all these problems in young people. And I think this is a way for with this ideology to find a way to commodify the body. And all this is focused on women, on our reproductive capacity, and on children. And with children, it's possible to experiment in a certain way, though it is forbidden in all other cases. So it's more than a problem of public health or a medical problem. I think we should try and agree on what is really the crux of the matter.
Continue to try to face this offensive, I think. Sorry for mixing the languages.
Gracias, Silvia. Je crois qu'il y avait deux questions par là.
There are two further questions, I think.
Okay, ladies first. Ça vous embête pas? Okay. Okay. Bon, je m'étais là.
Michel Viennes, I chair Regard de Femmes.
bien appuyé sur le bouton, mais je n'avais pas remonté le micro. Bien. D'abord, Michel Yonès, président de Regard de Femmes.
Michel Yonès, I'm the Regard de Femmes Association president. I would like to thank very warmly Caroline and Céline for having organized this meeting and bringing all of us together. I feel that there is a lot of energy and a lot of good things to be expected from this meeting, and it's not over because we are going to listen to parents this afternoon. So why is it that we are in this situation? I haven't heard about the principles of Yoga Carter's principles. These are very important principles. They do not come out of nowhere. I have two comments to make. Firstly, and I think you will share my position, irrespective of where you live, there's always someone who can argue that they know of someone, a teenager, who is faced with this problem of gender dysphoria. So this is indeed a very worrying surge in the number of young people affected. I really liked what I heard yesterday, and this was repeated today, this drift and confusion between gender and sex, and we feminist associations, universalist feminist associations like myself, have been working on this issue for many years now, because there's an attempt to do away with the fights led by women and girls, and have this completely superseded by transactivism. And there's also this notion, important notion of social feminicide. And here again, I think these are very important matters. Whenever you mention all these issues, I think one should not forget, and sorry for this, gentlemen, but I think it's more a matter of feminism. And feminism is not just something restricted to women. It's also this will to see equality between men and women. And so you see, I think we are missing the point whenever we consider that these people, these are in fact maybe delusional, but what brings them together, these trans activists, is the hate of women. I think the hatred of when we said yesterday that young people are not listened to, and this is exactly what happens for women. We are not heard, and we are not seen. And one can see the comparison and similarities with young people. Thank you very much for your comment, but there's a question. Now, briefly, I'd like to make a suggestion to modify the civil status. You may suggest that there could be not only the name you use, and this you can indicate on your civil status document. You could also indicate the gender you want to use. I have something to say about feminism. It's quite interesting to see that feminists these days are very much against mothers and motherhood. And you've just used the name feminicide, but I think there's also the attempt to do away with motherhood. And these young girls who do away with their breasts, it may be that these young girls are have this anxiety about motherhood. Let's take the second question before we give some time to our speakers to say a few words. Now, I had a comment about the legal issues yesterday. Now, I'm an MP with the National Assembly, and there's this bill that was drafted by senators, and so now I have to decide as an MP whether I need to vote for the prohibition of all pubertal blockers. So I need some clarification. Mr. Smith said that maybe there's a biological origin for gender dysphoria and pubertal anxiety. And Professor Caltiala also said that in some cases the treatment can be beneficial for some children. So I may have to hesitate, or may hesitate before the vote. If you are a layman and if you don't know the first thing about treatment and all these scientific elements, I think it would be worthwhile and interesting for politicians to know more about this. Is this a problem that is entirely due to a mental disorder, or are there teenagers who may benefit from the treatment? So I would like to get your clarification on this point.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. I was one of the co-authors of the paper called The Myth of Reliable Research, where we looked very closely at the Dutch protocol that was used as the justification for launching this particular treatment into medical practice worldwide. And I have thought a lot about this very question because I very much respect Dr. Caltiala and consider myself her colleague. And in Finland, they have not banned puberty blockers. I believe that the question we are asking the wrong question. In medicine, there is a very clear line between what's considered a medical treatment versus what is still clinical research, because we do not know. And there are a lot of great ideas that researchers have about what might or might not work. Until we know what works, for whom, and that benefits outweigh harms and for whom, any medical technology or intervention belongs in research trials, clinical research trials. There is a very high bar for a medical intervention to become standard medical treatment. Such an intervention needs to be tried in clinical trials, and it has to be proven that we know whom it helps, whom it doesn't help, and that for the group for whom it helps, that benefits outweigh harms. There is no argument that we do not know whom this treatment helps and whom it harms. This is the reason why it belongs in clinical trial settings. Now, there is a lot of disagreement about what that means. Both sides, those who want this treatment widely available and those who want it banned, agree on only one thing, which is it's unethical to do clinical trials. They have completely different reasons. The side that wants it widely available says it's unethical to keep it in clinical trials because obviously it works, and it's unethical to withhold a treatment that works. Those who want to see the treatment banned say it's unethical to do clinical trials because it's obvious that it's harmful, it sterilizes. That is the expected outcome. And how could we ever subject a child whose life is not at risk to a sterilizing treatment? So I think it's a question for research ethicists how to and whether to conduct the trials. But the point that it is not ready for medical treatment has never cleared the high bar to be available in medical settings, has always belonged at best in research, is without a question.
Thank you. I'd also like to comment on this. It is not known why there has been over decades people who feel a burning urge to be of the opposite sex. Any biological origin of these feelings have not been demonstrated. If some researchers have sometimes suggested that now we found a brain structure or a brain functioning or a genetic factor, others have not been able to replicate it. We simply do not know. But obviously, the more recent explosion of young biological females experiencing feelings of gender dysphoria has great relation to social phenomena, is to quite an extent socially influenced. That is clearly there is a great change in the patient population seeking for medical gender reassignment, and we need to take this into account. So why puberty blockers were in Finland not banned or not placed in the context of a research protocol, it didn't occur. Our guideline was created in the middle of the era where quite many countries were going towards a very low threshold using of puberty blockers. Use of puberty blockers with a gender dysphoria indication was also never very large in Finland because, as I demonstrated, as I mentioned in my speech, most of the young people who contacted had adolescent onset feelings of gender dysphoria, and they were practically already too old, physically too mature that you could meaningfully block the pubertal development. So this was not a big discussion in Finland. Currently, I think that Finland should have placed or should now consider placing use of blockers with gender identity indication to a context of research protocol that would be joint research with other countries, because we are such a small nation that it would take ages and ages that we produce the actual data. And also then, what about using cross-sex hormones with the minors? Preferably that should also be placed in the context of a research protocol that would, for example, ensure that young people who on clinical basis are decided to be allowed to proceed to hormonal interventions would be followed up carefully as to all possible outcomes of interest. So it need not necessarily be a randomized control trial, but at least ensure that the young people are followed long enough so that we would get information. If this was done in many countries using similar outcome measures, we would be in 10 years, we would be much wiser. And on the meanwhile, cautious clinical approach would be my choice. But we don't know why this happens, and biological origin has not been demonstrated.
Thank you very much. We have 2 questions over there, then I will move back there. So Kathleen, you can go first, and then we're here, yes.
Thank you. I'll ask my question in English. It's more of it's a worry that I just wish to express. This idea that puberty blockers will only be used in exceptional circumstances, perhaps, and that is happening in Finland. I just want to. We've mentioned femaleness as a predisposing factor, but we haven't mentioned as much, as far as I've heard it, homosexuality as a predisposing factor, and yet we do know that it is higher than normal, the general population, in trans-identified children. It seems to me it cannot, clinicians, like everybody else, have biases. They have ideas about how children, effeminate boys look and how tomboy girls look. And if you are presented with an extremely effeminate boy, for example, it seems to me that some clinicians will be more likely to think of that as a case in which it might be justified. likewise, for an extremely boyish, masculine girl, it may seem natural, fitting, if this child is expressing enough distress. If they say that they are attracted to the same sex, it may seem more fitting than a child who fits the absolute physical stereotype for their sex. So I am very worried that this sort of bias cannot be factored out and that it will be present in decisions about those children, that small number of children for whom it is, fitting or appropriate that they have puberty blockers. And I just want to make that comment.
Thank you. I think we have one question there. Yes,
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
So my name is Rita. I'm a psychologist and psychoanalyst, and I'm having a question since yesterday. Linking. Je parle en français. Je change. Donc j'ai une question depuis hier.
I have a question.
Et je voulais mettre la question ici.
And I really wanted to put the question about the puberty, pubertal sexuation anxiety that we talked about yesterday. I worked a lot with people with anorexia, and I found exactly the same thing. Behind the fear to be fat, which leads people to not eat, there is the avoidance of being a woman, the avoidance of maternity. And I was wondering if it's the same here, actually, but in a different period of time, with completely different solutions, with completely different names. For example, for children, all children nowadays are hyperactive. Well, they used to be hyperactive just the same 20 years ago, but it's just the name that is different. Well, when I see in my own clinical practice, what I see is completely different. For people with anorexia, they have a fear of addiction. So in the transfer, the idea is to be close and to be remote. And when I see puberty issues with these teenagers who want to change sex, what I see is that they have those questionings, which are very, very powerful. So is this really an identity, a truly serious identity problem? Is this the same kind of thing that we used to have with people with anorexia? Does anybody want to answer around the table? Yes, a lot of us found a parallel between anorexia and transgender phenomenon, but anorexia is completely unconscious, and that's the question of femininity. Anorexia has to do with access to femininity, while in transgender issues, it's the same, but it's based on a claim. And I would like to add that this issue of biology has to do with transhumanist utopia. Thank you. There were two more questions here. You, sir, and then the lady there. Thank you very much. I'm a pediatrician. I was wondering, among the many explanations that we've seen about this claim that most teenagers have, which is that they want to change their body, what's the role of exposure to porn from a very young age? I was wondering, maybe not around the table, but I'm sure that there must be a psychologist or sociologist who have worked on the topic who might actually give us the beginning of an answer. I think it's important because it's important on the cognitive level, but it would maybe be a place where political drive would be useful in order to prevent young children from having access to porn. Did anybody want to answer this? We are conducting a study about exactly that in Spain to try to understand the link here. But I don't know what the outcome will be. One thing about this, maybe, when you do content analysis, as Romain Rosac did, he published a very good book about it. It's called La séduction pornographique, the seduction of porn. The status of women in the scripts of porn films, well, if you can call them scripts, is always very humiliating and downgrading for women. It is the most awful sexism. So we know that this is something that comes back on a regular basis. You have European surveys. I'm sure that they also exist everywhere else in the world. But basically, the outcome of these surveys is that children watch porn from a very young age. And then we say it's a scandal. Oh, my God, how is this possible? They're so young, so soon, so many hours of porn. But it's the same for children. Even if they don't ask for it, porn will come to them. So you're really indicating a very sensitive issue here. There's an anecdote here for you. I'll be brief, but just to show you the problem. In a school, even if all the school teachers are geeks and they do everything that they can to have the best possible protection, you have 10-year-old little girls who are in front of the screen. You have to teach them how to use computers properly, because it's the future, because that's what you want to do. And then the kids are in front of a search engine and they're having fun. They're just little girls, and so they're just having fun. And one actually spells C-A-C-A, poop. And then comes a video which is titled "She Poops on Her Lover," you know. So even if you do everything that you can as adults to protect those children from cyber porn, which, as Romain Rosac says, is really the spearhead, you know, of business, because it's a highly lucrative business. So maybe this is where politicians could do something, but they are not doing anything about it. They are absolutely not doing anything about it. Okay, we're going to take 3 more questions. I'm sorry. I can't stop myself. There's a study that was published about 20 years ago by a researcher who looked at evolutionist psychology, and she showed that this concept that porn is downgrading for women is wrong. Well, because gay porn is exactly the same type of scripts, but there are no women. So, and I'm going to take the last 3 questions. Yes. After the wound that Darwin inflicted on humanity, reminding its link with invertebrates that did not speak, or with vertebrates that did not speak, Freud inflicted another wound, reminding mankind that we were not the masters in our own body, because there's the unconscious. And here, of course, we like to talk about analysis, psychoanalysis, and we agree that it is there and that it must be there, but it's not very often the case. And I think that maybe we could use speech within the analysis process and identify cases of transgenderism. I attended a conference where I heard about 6 case studies which were being presented. Each was so different from all others, but they all mirrored what you described, the terror that you described in societies. But still, we see that there is still little bit of room for maneuver, and there's a book called La Solution Trans, and which I think is very informative. Let's take the last question. I would like to give the floor to the GB Alliance Collective. They are here. We have one of them here, and I would like to give them the floor. Can you hear me? Yes. Before I ask my question, I would like to give you another explanation for the transgender phenomenon. Apart from biology and apart from influence from the social media, I think that there's also the fact that these people do not feel that they are represented in the media or in daily life. Let me take my example. As a gay boy who does not comply with the stereotypes, when I was younger, there was nothing that I could refer to, nothing that I could identify with, you know, in the cartoons, in the movies, in the series, in everyday life, in my family or at school. You know, there was absolutely nothing in it for me, nothing that I could relate to, nothing that I could identify with, because it was like a heteronormative environment which was very codified based on your sex. And I did not have some kind of a father figure that would be homosexual and that would be non-compliant. And so I thought that I was born with in the wrong sex. And so, yes, I wanted to transition from a very young age because I thought that homosexuals did not exist, that effeminate men did not exist. So I thought that I was the problem and that I had to change in order to please everybody and in order to be accepted. And then with time and with the emergence of gay men and effeminate men that I started to see more and more of, well, then I started to think that maybe I didn't have to go through that stage. And today, I think that there are people, most of them are probably homosexual, but I'm sure that they want to transition because even today we are in a homophobic society. It's still very complicated at school. It's complicated at work. It's hard when you are, let's say, a gay family and you want to adopt kids. It's complicated. So I think that our generation sees that it's still difficult to be homosexual today. So maybe these young people, they think that it's better to shift to the other sex and to pretend to be straight, you know. So my question is, in all the clinics in the world that you talked about, have you noticed a high number of people who actually are homosexual? And if it is the case, don't you think that transitioning or transidentity would be a way of eradicating the homosexual population, as it were?
Go ahead, please.
I wanted to say something else, but I'd like to respond first to what's just been said, and it's also related to what Kathleen said. I think the first thing to say is that that we shouldn't use the term transgender or transgenderism when it comes to young people. Because by doing so, you behaving as if you know what you're talking about, as if there is an object called transgender, which is a diagnosis. It's not a diagnosis, it's a symptom. And if it's a symptom, we need to understand what lies behind it. When I investigated the clinic at the Tavistock, which is probably pretty emblematic, the young clinicians were not taught anything about sexuality. They were not taught about homosexuality at all. that gender seemed to have completely annihilated thinking about sexuality in general, about homosexuality in particular. And but as I got to understand it, a high percentage of kids were at the very minimum confused about sexuality, and those who are confused, a significant number of them would become homosexual. Many of them non-gender conforming homosexual people. So I think, but not all of them, but a large number. And something very strange has happened in that in liberal urban environments, it's not the same elsewhere, but in liberal urban environments, I think most of us rather celebrate a spectrum of expression of gender identity, whether women express themselves in a rather masculine or feminine way, and so on. But in the trans world, there's been a regression in thinking, in which you're either a girly girl or you're not a girl, and you're either, a macho boy or you're not a boy. So it's a really damaging regression in terms of the way children can come to identify. But I'd like to come back to the main thing, which is you can't give a treatment of such huge effects, irreversible, with known complications, for something that's just as treating a symptom without spending a long time understanding what underlies that symptom. And certainly a lot of these young women who I've met were anorexic, and they'd never told the doctor they're anorexic. So it takes a long time to get the person to trust you. They have a script, you've got to get beyond the script. And so therefore, in order even to consider treatment, you need to get to know the child very well. And that takes not weeks, not months, but years.
Peut-être Michael Biggs.
Michael Biggs, maybe?
Michael, I think concerning this question, maybe I remember from your publications that you wrote the fact that most of the patients that were treated in Amsterdam in the 70-person cohort, most of them were homosexuals, but maybe I'm wrong, but I read something like that in your publication.
Yes, the great majority of them were same-sex attracted, and most of the others were bisexual. What's interesting about the Dutch clinic is that when they ask the questionnaire about sexual attraction on the intake, they don't ask, are you attracted to men or women? They say, are you attracted to gay men? Are you attracted to straight men? Are you attracted to lesbian women? Or are you attracted to straight women? And they use that to suggest that, well, actually, this is a heterosexual trapped in the wrong body. So if you're perhaps a young boy who's gay and rather feminine, you might say, well, I'm not attracted to gay men, I want a real man, like a real straight guy. And so they would say, well, there you are, this is a heterosexual woman trapped in a boy's body rather than a gay man.
Thank you. Well, I think that's all till we resume at 2:30 p.m., right? That's correct, Celine?
Maybe one last question. Thank you very much. I just wanted to add something about the French situation. As you know, the health authority is working on best practices and guidelines for the care of transgender patients from the age of 16. My association has started a court case. We have asked the high authority to communicate the names of the people sitting on the working group. The health authority did not want to communicate the names. We won the court case. There was an appeal, and they did not want to communicate the names of the people sitting on that working group. Well, it's okay, because we can easily find the names of the people based on the disclosures of the people who are on the working group. So we actually found that there are 28 persons, at least, on this group. And then we conducted a little bit of research, and we find that the vast majority of these people are linked to the trans-affirmative movement, especially in minors. And so we have gone to court again to ask them to review the names of the people on the working group. We don't know what's going to come out of this, but I just wanted to tell you that we've been to court with that. And then to finish with the comparison between David and Goliath, of course, we feel very much like David against Goliath. We're not the only ones. And I want to remind you of who wins in the end. Right. We'll reconvene at 2:20, so that we can start on time. Thank you.
C'est par une voie.
Alors, qu'est-ce qui m'a amené à faire cette transition? Alors,
Right,
il y a
so
beaucoup d'éléments,
let's start with
mais je peux en
this,
citer quelques-uns.
testimony.
Donc, les
How
premiers,
did
c'est
I
que j'ai grandi
decide
avec
to
une
transition?
représentation assez
Well, there are several
stéréotypée des
things.
rôles,
I
des
grew up
comportements et des
with
modes,
a fairly
dans la
stereotypical
pornographie, dans
representation of roles, with
l'hypersexualisation de mon corps,
with super sexualizing of
dans
my
la
body,
musique, les séries, les films.
also the
J'ai grandi
films
dans un monde
or
où
the
il y avait beaucoup
series
de
I watched.
drogue,
And I grew up
de
in
recherche
an
de plaisir et de
environment with,
liberté,
where people took drugs,
où
people were looking for more
les clips
freedom, and,
Rihanna, Beyoncé sont les modèles de réussite,
whereby
des filles, enfin des
Beyoncé
femmes
or
hyper
Rihanna
sexualisées,
were
hyper riches et
super
hyper dans le contrôle.
sexualized.
Avant, quand j'étais
Women
enfant,
were the really the
je pense
role
que
model
j'ai très vite compris
followed. And as a child, I understood quite quickly
qu'il y avait des rôles,
that there were
parce
roles,
que
different roles,
je
and
refusais déjà
I used
mon
to
prénom, les robes,
dislike my first name and
donc tout ce qui était attrait à la
dresses and
féminité, je
everything that
refusais
had to
déjà
do with
dès l'âge de 3-4
femininity.
ans. Donc
As
j'avais
of the
déjà
age of 3 or 4.
ce qu'on appellerait aujourd'hui peut-être des prémices
So
de ce que
maybe
serait un diagnostic
this was the
de
onset of
transidentité.
a trans
J'ai eu de
identity.
la peine avec mon corps, et puis du coup, quand mon corps il a commencé à changer, j'ai pas supporté ni le regard changeant des autres, ni le regard sur moi. Puis quand j'étais enfant, on n'a pas cette notion du corps, en fait. On est un tout. Enfin, il y a une évidence, comme il dirait le breton, il y a une évidence d'être soi. Mais après, quand on grandit, on a cette notion de corps qui apparaît, et du coup, on se retrouve à regarder son corps, et ce corps qui change, dans lequel on n'a absolument pas de contrôle. Je pense que j'ai aussi eu une haine et une jalousie des hommes aussi assez tôt. Je n'arrivais plus à m'identifier ni aux hétéros, aux femmes, ni aux lesbiennes, aux femmes, et je me disais, mais en fait, ouais, je dois pas être ça, vu que j'arrive pas à m'identifier à ça, quoi. Je rentre dans cette association, et là je rencontre des personnes qui pensent un peu comme moi, donc moi qui cultive déjà une haine de moi, un sentiment d'être différent, une appétence à trouver des réponses, un besoin primaire de savoir d'où je viens et qui je suis, et et en plus le fait que j'arrive pas à m'identifier ni aux hommes ni aux femmes, là c'est clair que quand je me suis fait opérer, ça a été hyper difficile. J'ai eu des idées noires, c'était vraiment très compliqué, mais j'avais des associations qui me disaient que c'était tout à fait normal, que c'était une phase et que ça allait passer. Donc je vous laisse imaginer quand même à quel point c'est violent de se faire amputer des membres. Moi, je disais juste que j'étais rien, ou que j'étais les deux. Des cas comme moi qui ont été justement précurseurs de ce qui arrive aujourd'hui, parce que moi, justement, j'arrivais avec juste... Je veux pas d'hormones, je me sens ni homme ni femme, et je veux plus de sein. Et puis après, je sais pas, je me sentais vraiment mal, et je me suis dit, ah mais en fait, ouais, je suis trans, et puis je me suis dit qu'en fait il fallait que je prenne des hormones, parce que je m'étais lancé là-dedans et que c'était la bonne décision, quoi. Donc j'ai tout de suite droit derrière commencé la testostérone après l'opération. Et puis après, comment ça s'est passé? Après j'ai changé mes papiers, et puis après j'ai été poussé un peu par mon endocrinologue, parce qu'au début je voulais pas du tout faire d'ovariectomie, stérectomie, et puis lui il m'a un peu dit, oui, Mao, tu peux pas rester comme ça, puis tu vas pas avoir une bonne transition, enfin un bon passing, et puis de toute façon ça va s'atrophier, blablabla. Et puis en plus de ça, j'avais rencontré quelqu'un, et puis il y avait un tas de choses, et puis évidemment plus on y va, plus on avance, quoi, puis au final, c'est clair que ça devient toujours plus dysphorique aussi, hein, vous imaginez bien, parce que vous avez envie d'effacer tout ce qui est possible de ce qui est féminin. Et puis après, je me suis encore renseigné pour la phalloplastie, mais c'est vrai que ça fait hyper peur, parce que j'ai été confronté à beaucoup de dissonances quand même très fortes, parce que quand on vous prend pour un homme, vous n'êtes quand même pas toujours un homme dans toutes les situations. Hein, quand vous rencontrez une nouvelle personne, quand vous allez chez le médecin, quand on vous fait des prises de sang, il y a quand même toujours des traces en fait du fait que vous n'êtes pas un homme, quoi. C'est vrai que quand on a commencé à me dire, notamment beaucoup des hommes, hein, en fait, une femme, c'est pas forcément quelqu'un qui a des seins, une femme, c'est pas forcément quelqu'un qui a un utérus, une femme, c'est pas forcément quelqu'un qui a des ovaires. Alors du coup, moi qui avais tout fait pour effacer ce que j'étais, en fait, et ben, je rentrais tout à fait dans la définition de nouveau de femme, quoi. Donc j'avais beau effacer tout ce que je pouvais, en fait, on me refaisait devenir une femme. Et puis là, je me suis dit, mais en fait, c'est pas possible, parce que si tout le monde peut être, ben, personne n'est, en fait. Je suis arrivé à la conclusion que, en fait, l'être trans n'existait pas fondamentalement, mais que c'était en fait une construction psychologique et culturelle. Moi, là, j'essaye d'être reconnue victime. Parce que là, pour moi, des trans, enfin tout ça, ça n'a plus de sens, quoi. Pour moi, c'est une construction psychologique, c'est un mouvement sociétal. Et du coup, ben, je ne suis pas une femme qui est devenue un trans, qui est devenue un des trans. Je suis une femme, j'ai toujours été une femme, et je suis victime de quelque chose. Parce qu'il y a forcément, c'est pas moi qui m'ampute les seins, c'est pas moi qui m'enlève des organes. Sans qu'on ait une réelle définition et un accord collectif sur la réalité qu'on nous présente. Ce qui semble être le plus proche de nous, c'est être un homme, mais en fait, le but, c'est surtout ne pas être une femme. J'ai tout rechangé, j'ai repris mes anciens prénoms, j'ai rechangé de sexe, j'ai tout fait. Aussi simple, parce que bon, on est des êtres de symboles, mais symboliquement, c'est vrai que moi, mon prénom d'origine, de naissance, c'est Hélène Lia. C'est pour ça que je me suis appelée Lio. J'ai l'impression que ce que je dis, ça s'approche de la vérité, d'une vérité qui est collectivement partagée. Donc, en fait, je rétablis juste ce qui est vrai, en fait. Donc, c'est normal que ça soit bien accueilli, parce que j'ai dit maintenant que je n'étais pas trans, mais que j'étais en trans.
I'm not a trans person, but I was really in a trance. So Leo, we've just heard this person who has detransitioned. And we wanted to share this testimony with you. She was willing to do so. We interviewed Leo online, and so we wanted to share this with you. Now we are going to ask Parents Association's representatives to join us. eParmony for France, and then AMQG, AUFG for Switzerland.
Bon, d'abord, merci
Thank you very much for being with us. You are indispensable partners for us. And I want to say that right from the start with Céline and other people who have joined us at OPS, at the Observatory, we've always been convinced that the most efficient pressure to be exerted would come from the parents, though it's not always the case. You could hear that some parents in the UK pressured doctors for their kids to get hormones. So when I say parents, I don't mean all parents. Some of them have indeed asked for their children to be given hormones, but in some countries, some parents decided to set up associations in order to find a way out of this terrible situation and get some help from others because they felt very much alone. But of course, it's not good enough. People tend to wonder why on earth it happened to them. What did they do wrong with their children? And all parents, of course, wonder about this. But then there's also the relationship with doctors. And initially, in all countries, there was just one source of information through gender-affirming doctors, and very much in favor of this approach. So the initial objective for our observatory was to find other sources of information and make them available to parents, so that those parents, whenever confronted with the medical profession, could argue their case and could, because in France, just like in other countries, you need parental authorization. It's an obligation. It's compulsory for minors to be treated. So several associations were created, and we do work with them. However, we are independent from one another, and we think this is very important. We think it's important for parents' associations to be separate from our observatory and vice versa. However, we think it's equally important for us to be able to have links with these associations, and this is why at the observatory we hold regular meetings every 2 months, self-help group meetings with parents, so that we can work with them, so that parents can meet also and can have these discussions with us. But we think it is important to have this very clear separation between both parties. I think we are now going to give the floor to Athena Davis, who comes from Montreal, Quebec. Now, let me share with you about the environment in Canada and Quebec. Canada is a federal state, and there's no autonomy. There is no exclusive rights for the Canadian government in terms of health, but there are also there were laws that were passed in order to prevent discrimination against gender identity, which is self-declared in Canada. And then conversion therapies have become illegal, whereby conversion therapy is something that can modify an identity in order to turn it into a cisgender identity. So, doctors, psychoanalysts find it very difficult to lead talking cures with these patients because they are afraid of being jailed. and there is also the anti-N law, like in Scotland, anti-hatred law that would criminalize the observations against transgender people, like they have now in Scotland. So that's for Canada. Now, Quebec, on the other hand, is in a specific situation whereby all children enjoy a lot of different rights, a very wide armamentarium of rights as of 14. This is done in order to enable young girls to be able to get a termination of pregnancy without the authorization of parents. But this means also that they can get access to gender-affirming therapies, and even it's possible for them to ask for a change of names. So at 14, you can ask the administration to change your name. So it is yet an additional problem for Quebec. Now, social transition is something that can be that is readily accepted in schools in Quebec, with or without parents' acceptance. And we're told that children know who they are, and whenever adults argue to the contrary, or argues that they know better, it means it is then called adultism. So all of us are guilty of adultism, quote unquote. You know, whenever an adult asks a child to maybe give it some thought, it's considered to be adultism. Now, there have been some resistance actions, mainly in right-wing media, but including also in left-wing media, Radio Canada, which is the equivalent of BBC Radio 4 or France Inter for France. So Radio Canada has a broadcast that reported on detransitioners, and a 14-year-old actress pretended that she was a transgender girl, and she could get testosterone prescribed within a few minutes. And this was shot with a hidden camera. But a few days later, trans activists smashed the windows of Radio Canada, and it wasn't reported upon. They issued a press release and saying that they were going to do the same thing again and again whenever this sort of programs were shown. Some feminist associations, such as PDF for the Rights of Women, and WDI, Women's Declaration International, maybe known to you, who have taken some action. Now, the good news is that now there is an advisory committee that has been set up by the government in Quebec. They come to realize that things were really going wrong. In schools, there's a request for bathrooms, toilets to be open to both genders. And for the first time now, the government in Quebec have decided to take a step back and give it some thought. Now, and here is the press release. Increasingly, the government will have to express its views on gender identity, and therefore they want to take stock of this situation about policies in this state and in other comparable countries. So I invite all of you to log on to their website and send your information, because the advisory committee is going to review what goes on elsewhere. So it could help us greatly. Now, the committee, the advisory committee, will have also to analyze the impact on the society in Quebec, i.e. the impact of gender identity ideology, and where the government should drill down and get more knowledge so as to be in a position to make decisions in a more informed manner. We met with advisory committee members as a parents association, the Network for Education, Sex and Identity. It's a network with a twofold activity. So a network with a two-sided activity. One side is supporting parents, and the other side is to organize political action. I'm lucky because my daughter isn't caught into this system, but a lot of parents I know have daughters who are either on the autistic spectrum or who are lesbians and who are caught in this ideology. And there are two facilitators, myself and Caroline Morgan, and all the other people are anonymous because they can't run the risk of losing their jobs or coming under fire. Or even if they belong to a professional organizations, they are likely to be sanctioned. And so our values are these ones. We need to speak the truth, and we need to take action without harming anyone. Our role is to, and mission is to support parents and inform them, and we hope that we are going to be able to show and share our information with the committee. Of course, we are stigmatized as being a transphobic association. And to a certain extent, it's a good thing because then at least media reports about what we do. Otherwise, we are almost invisible. Right. Now, let's get a bit closer in Switzerland, and we're going to give the floor to Frederic Pischer, who is a representative of AMQG. This is an association who's been doing a wonderful, remarkable work. Thank you very much for this invitation. Now, everybody knows that Swiss people speaks very slowly, so I think it deserves one more minute for me. Now, here's how a parents' association works. I think the parents' voice is the voice of those who are faced with these difficult situations, who are totally overwhelmed by this situation, because it does, what goes on impacts the whole family, and they find very little compassion outside the association. It all started for me in 2020, and because my daughter had announced a few days before that she was 16, and after 4 therapy sessions, she was even granted to get a mastectomy and hormones. And we told her that we were not going to go along with it. And she was absolutely devastated that we didn't want to support her. And so she said, well, then what? And it's to answer this question, well, then what? That we decided to create this association to try and see what can be done and what can be offered to these young people as parents, as doctors, because otherwise they are put on a well-defined track. Now, we think that as teachers, as educators, parents, doctors, we have to do a bit more than just arguing that the gender-affirming approach is not the right way. We need to do something in order to be in a position to help them. So we are not motivated by political beliefs, but it's just an attempt to try and help parents and children, because we could see that doctors always came up with the same answer and referred those children to centers where everybody thought alike. Now, AMQG is an association of parents, but which is open to the outer world, open to doctors, to legal advisors, to LGBT people, to, in fact, everyone with an interest in this issue. We are present in the French-speaking and German-speaking Switzerland. We are a non-for-profit making association, and therefore it opens the right to tax deduction. If you contribute to our association, our aim is to promote a diversified and well-balanced approach to a non-activist approach to gender issues. We also want to gather information and disseminate the information based on evidence so that the health authorities can lay down some rules that are of the highest quality in terms of treatment and ethics. Our association was created in February 2021. There are 70 families in this association. We are in regular contact with 57 families, and 77% of these families are in the midst of the process. Three children are now in a social home because parents were against. However, 13 children are now at peace with their biological sex. So 23% of them are desisters or detransitioners. So it's very different from the 1% of desisters that is currently reported. And this is over a 3.5 period. So we think that there might be more who will desist in the future.
In terms of strategy, we really try to work as if we were a company, because we thought it was important to broaden our scope of action. So we work on 4 avenues. We have a group of parents, just like our Belgian friends, so that parents can share things and that they can find support also. Because we realize that the parents have to be very brave to oppose their children, and so they need some kind of a solid ground on which they can rest. So we do information, we inform these people and the people that they are in contact with. We also collect stories, because that's really what we base our action on, testimonials. This is how we are going to be able to denounce wrong practice also, and we provide assistance to the parents in contact with doctors, for example, or legal assistance if required in some cases of denunciation. The second thing we do is in the social sphere, in terms of education, health, and political. When it comes to education, we try to monitor the school directives, because there are more and more of those in Switzerland which have been established to take care of the so-called transgender children. In terms of health, we do a lot of sharing of information, and when necessary, we actually report on malpractice, and also a lot of awareness raising to do. And then the third avenue is media communication. We really have a mission to inform. We also produce information. We contribute to articles and TV, radio shows. We are also present on the web. We are very present on the social media, because of course you cannot do without those today. And then we write a certain number of press releases. And the last point, which is really important for us, is to come up with a network of competencies or skills, because all the parents who come to see us are in the same situation that I was in. You don't know who to turn to, who in the medical sphere, who in the psychological sphere, psychiatry sphere, who in the political sphere can help you and help you take this all over, all around you. And I think that this conference really testifies to this. we are covering so many different areas, and they all have to be taken into account. Now, I would like to express my expectations from you. My first expectation as a parent is that the first link of the medical chain should have sufficient training and sufficient information to help us from the beginning, rather than referring us to so-called specialized doctors who will all send children in the transition process. So it means training. We're very glad that OPS has set up a training program to give tools to the doctors. We wish for these trainings to be international, to be labeled, to be approved, that everybody, everybody claims to be recommended by WPATH, etc. So we would like to have such a similar certification, if, of course, the training can be sanctioned by a university degree, because that would be a good thing for legitimacy. The second expectation, as an association, we worked on the basis of a multidisciplinary approach in the WHO action that consisted in denouncing the elaboration of the trans-affirmative line of WHO, which had been put forward by WHO. It involved SEGM, OPS, LGB associations, Transpect, LGB Alliance, Parents Associations, RESI. And then we saw that when we are together, we can be heard. And when we bring different competencies together, we can be heard. And we think it's important to build on this experience, to strengthen our links in order to have more clout and to generate more actions. And I think that this conference was a beautiful opportunity to strengthen our connections. And this is something that we hope is going to continue.
Tu parles comme un Espagnol aussi.
You speak like a Spanish guy. You're just as fast as the Spanish people we had this morning. We are now going to listen to Hypomonie. It's a French association, and Diane has the floor. Good afternoon. I'm going to tell you a few words about Hypomonie, but I am not the founder of Hypomonie. I'm not the spokesperson. I'm just one of the parents involved in this group, and I have been for a few years. And I think that there are some tens of them who are here, and they all contributed in their own way to take our fight forward. Now, who are we? Now, before I start saying this, I want to say that with everything that we've heard in those 2 days, yesterday, each of the speakers with your expertise in psychology, child psychiatry, etc., it shed a new light on what we experience on a daily basis. And you are going to see, we are going to tell you about what we experience with our children, but you actually, what I'm going to say is merely going to be a confirmation of what you said yesterday. So we are a secular, apolitical collective without a budget, made up of parents and parents of teenagers who are asking for transition. It was created by a mother who is a universalist, scientific and activist, very much to the left of the political sphere, which is strange when you see that Mediapart actually tries to show that we are a far-right Catholic extremist group. Well, she was very much to the left. It's called Hypomonie because hypomonia means patience in Greek. We are not against fast medical transition. Oh, we are against, oops, I'm sorry. That's a lapsus linguae. We are opposed to a fast transition for teenagers. We are very much in favor of a moderate and cautious approach regarding transition requests from children. We are also very concerned with the issue of young majors under 25, because as is my case, and like many other parents, our children were minors when they started the process, and now they are adults. So we are parents of minors and also of young adults. So I'm going to tell you what we do as a group. Well, we try to talk to the media, politicians, families, the medical world. We would like minor transitioning not to happen before a long-term, multidisciplinary follow-up, possibly in a public hospital and based on a research protocol, because what we see on a daily basis is that we have private practitioners who just will do anything, and this is worrying. We try to give interviews, to write articles in the press, right-wing, you won't be surprised. We sign petition letters. We try to be present every time something happens about the topic. We also have support groups for parents, because, you know, you're very much on your own when you're faced with this kind of situation to start with. So we have support groups. Did I say this before? No, there are a certain number of things which I forgot. We animate support groups for parents every month or every 6 weeks everywhere in France to inform the parents, to share experience, to support one another, to give advice as to the doctors that people will want to avoid, and to share experience. And it's very comforting, because that's when you realize that you're not alone. And we stand united, we stand together, and it's really very, very comforting. And we also give advice to the people who want to press charges against doctors who we consider did silly things. Like my case, for example, there is a doctor in the group who prepared a document that we can use. She explains all the different steps that we have to follow if we want to prosecute the doctors. There's another mom who organizes video conferences for the brothers and sisters, the siblings, because, of course, as somebody said this morning, this situation has an impact on the other family members, in particular siblings. We try to put together key information in a guidebook, which is available online for parents. We also give links to Sophie Robert's documentaries, which are very, very informative, very valuable, which everybody should be forced to watch. We also monitor the web, and we also work with other associations like OPS, SEGM, and many others. Before I tell you about numbers, I wanted to thank Céline and Caroline. Well, this is only my opinion, but you are my heroes, because, you know, you were always very persistent in your struggle, and this is very comforting for us, and it carries us. Sorry. Now, a few numbers. I'm not used to speaking in front of so many people, so there. 6 branches in France, 1 in Paris, 1 in the southeast, 1 in Brittany, 1 in the east of France, 1 in Lyon, and 1 in Bordeaux. So, as I said, these branches are managed by parents who are suffering and who invest whatever they can in terms of time and capabilities, you know, because it's an additional work. It's a lot of work. So we are not professionals. We are just parents who are struggling and who are in distress and who want to protect our children, inform them as much as possible to start with. In our collective, we have 230 families to date, 80% girls wanting to transition to boys. So this is just an illustration of everything that was described yesterday. I can confirm this. 50% have neurodevelopmental specificities, that is ASD, HPI, attention disorders with or without hyperactivity, and 100% of them are mentally fragile and therefore vulnerable. When putting together our experiences as parents, we realize that we all have common denominators. We know that each of our children has at least one comorbidity, one pre-existing neurological specificity. We were talking about ASD, bipolarity, depressive syndrome, borderline personalities, dysmorphophobias, among others, and or have been the victims of aggressive behaviors. I'm thinking bullying, I'm thinking sex harassment, sexual assault, pornography. This is something that we also hear on a regular basis, and or have done something like self-mutilation, scarification, anorexia, addiction to video games and screens. So, of course, it does not happen to all children, but it happens to 100% of, well, this magical solution, this what is presented to them as an immediate magical solution, is based on a vulnerable personality background. All our children have one or several of these factors. Some of our children, many of our children actually, I don't know how many exactly, I don't have the numbers, but many of our children have come out of the closet before they decided to transition. This is what the person from LGB Alliance said before. They all consider themselves to be gender dysphoric. That's another thing in common. It's not something that comes from the doctor. They go to the doctor with their own diagnosis about themselves, claiming that they have gender dysphoria. And then, in terms of changing your mind, we have had 5 desisters, young people who had not started the medical transition. We have 2 detransitioners, that's people who had started the medical treatment but who gave it up. One of them is a boy. He identified himself as a girl, and another one is the other way around. And we have a minor who stopped taking puberty blockers because of dramatic side effects. He couldn't walk, to be clear. So these are what the families told us about the desisters or detransitioners. But out of the 230 families, of course, we are not in contact with each of them on a daily basis. So maybe there are more, and maybe we have lost them also to follow up. But this is just a few words to tell you who we are and what we do. And we also want to tell you that we need you to inform, to raise awareness, to educate the people, to get organized, to make sure that the world will think better about these matters which are key to our societies. Thank you.
Un très grand merci à vous.
Many thanks to all 3 of you. Thank you very much. We are here. We are here for you, with you. Thank you. You can go back to your seats, and we are now going to travel with our 2 artists whom you met yesterday, Georges Perla and Yashko Ramix. And we're going to hear a little bit of storytelling.
C'est sûr, il y a... Alors c'est un texte extrêmement ancien.
It's a very old text, which the poets have passed on, but I am going to improvise on that basis. We are going to improvise. And I apologize to the poets for that. I was dead. I was alive. I was a blue salmon. I was a dog. I was a deer. I was a reindeer in the mountain. I was an axe. I was a linchpin. For a whole year, I was a white rooster among the hens in the chicken run. I was a horse in the stable. I was a wild bull. I was a ram, a yellow ram. I was dead. I was alive. I was a seed, nurturing seed on the hillside, and the farmer placed me in a corner, and I ripened in the sun, and then I was crushed by the stone mill, and I was offered as bread to the king, and then I was dead, and I was alive. And I remember. And I took multiple shapes before I eventually acquired my last shape. I was a spear. I was a sword. I was a battle shield. I was a raindrop among raindrops. I was the deepest of all stars. I was a letter, and I was a word among the letters. I was a book. At the origin, I was the fire in the light, in the lamp. I slept in the night. I played in the sunrise, and I remember. I was long, thin fingers striking the strings of the magical harp for 9 years. For several years, I was a bridge on 30 estuaries. I was an eagle. I was a fishing boat. I was an undersea current. I tamed 6 wild horses. And my horse is sweet as the seagull coming back to the shore. I walked for many years on the surface of the earth before I came into science.
C'était un paysan.
There was a farmer who was rich. He had everything he needed. But he had no children. And very often when he came back from the city, he was not happy. Because people laughed at him. People said to him, "How come you don't have children? What's wrong with your wife?" And then one day, he came home and he said to his wife, "Okay, listen, I want a child. I want a child, even if it's a hedgehog." And the wife became pregnant, and she gave birth to a boy. Yes, it was a boy. But the body was a boy, and the top part of the body was a hedgehog. And the wife said, "See, you wanted a child, now you have it. We will call him Hans, my hedgehog." And since they couldn't put it in the cradle, they came up with some kind of a basket with straw in it. And since the mother could not breastfeed the baby because it would hurt her breasts, then they fed him just like that. And then when he was strong enough, they put him in the corner next to the stove, and they more or less forgot him there. And he lived there for 8 years near the stove. And then one day, the farmer had to go to the city. So he asked everybody in the house what they wanted him to bring back. And the wife said, I would like to have a new coat for the winter. And he said, yes, okay, a beautiful coat. I can see exactly what you want. And the maid said, I would like ribbons and colors and a dress so that I can go dancing. And the farmer said, yes, granted. I know exactly how you feel. And then he remembered that he had the kid, the son, who was there sleeping by the stove. And he asked him, what do you want? And Hans, my hedgehog, said, I would like a flute. That's it. And then when the farmer came back from the city, he gave the dress to the wife and he gave ribbons to the maid and also a very beautiful dress. And to Hans, he gave him a very little tiny flute. And Hans, my hedgehog, took the flute and said, I would like the rooster, I would like you to take out the rooster and put a little saddle on the rooster, and I'm going to go away and I'm never going to come back. And he straddled the rooster and he played his little flute. And then he went out, and then after him came the horse and the mare, the donkey, the pig and the sow, the chicken, the hen and all the chickens, the duck and the cane and the she-duck, and they all went following Hans, my hedgehog, who was riding his rooster. And they left and they went into the forest. And Hans, my hedgehog, sat on the higher branch of a tree and he started playing the flute. And his music was so beautiful, my friends, that the donkeys had baby donkeys, and then the horse and the mare had baby horses, and the pig and the sow also had baby pigs, piglets. And then the hen had its own chickens, who then became roosters and hens and chickens, and the duck had baby ducks, ducklings, and you had ducklings everywhere. And the forest became populated just like that. And one day, a king was hunting in the area, and he got lost because he could hear this strange music, and he followed the music through the forest, and he got lost. And when he wanted to go back, well, it was impossible. He couldn't find his way back out of the forest, and he saw on the highest branch of a tree, he saw this weird being who was half man and half hedgehog, who was sitting on top a rooster and who was playing the flute. And so he asked, please, could you tell me the way back? And Hans, my hedgehog, said, yes, okay, but I'm just going to ask one thing of you. And be careful, because you're going to have to keep this promise, because you are going to have to write it down on this piece of paper. Promise me that you are going to send me the first being that you meet when you go back home. And the king says, okay, granted. And when the king went back to his castle, the first person that came to say hello to her daddy was his daughter. So he told his daughter how he got lost in the forest and how he found himself following this beautiful and strange music played by this half-man, half-hedgehog being, and how beautiful the music was. And at the end of his story, he very sadly said, and then he asked me to send him the first human being that I was going to meet when I went back home. And the first being that I'm coming across is you, my daughter. And the daughter said, I'll go. And she came into the forest, she followed the music, and she came at the foot of a tree where you had, you know, the horse and all of the baby horses, the chickens, and the ducks, the pigs, piglets, and everybody was there, and the duck and the ducklings. And Hans, my hedgehog, jumped on his rooster, and they left and they went back to the castle, and then there was a beautiful wedding, and Hans, my hedgehog, told the king, I'm going to marry your daughter. And the king said, well, what did you want the king to say? Well, and then they got married. But the king was very cautious, and he left the door to the bedroom open, and he saw and he heard around midnight Hans, my hedgehog, who removed his hedgehog skin and who became almost a man from head to toe. And he lied at the foot of the bed, and on tiptoe, the king came into the room, and he took the hedgehog skin and he threw it into the fire, and he left the room on tiptoe. And in the morning, the king opened the door, and he saw in his daughter's bed a beautiful young man.
Merci.
I just want to say a few words. Now, this is a fairy tale, a traditional fairy tale, which we just gave you. Of course, we reinterpreted the tale. And it reminds me of a midrash mentioned by Jacqueline about the letter, explaining the mystery of curse and that would come from the wrong word pronounced at the wrong time, and or that you could utter yourself, and the person hearing what is said shrinks inside herself or himself, and the right to cure yourself falling such a curse was to take two birds. You had to slay the bird, and one of the birds would be sacrificed, the other one would fly away. So it's really what happens when a curse is being made.
Nous avons l'immense plaisir à présent de recevoir nos collègues qui viennent de très loin. Ils ont attendu 1 jour et demi, très patiemment. Voilà, nous les remercions en tout cas de venir de si loin, d'Australie, Roberto D'Angelo, des USA. Bravo. Lisa Littman. avec Lisa Littman, Steve Levin, Genia, que vous avez vu déjà hier, bien sûr, et nous avons l'immense plaisir aussi de recevoir Kenneth Zucker. Où il est Il est où? Where is Ken? Where is he? Kenneth Zucker? Ah oui, ah, il arrive. Qui vient, lui, du Canada, de Toronto, et notre ami Samuel Vessière, qui vient de Montréal. Samuel? Il arrive aussi. Il va le chercher, Kenneth Zucker. Voilà. C'est quand même des figures, des personnalités dont vous avez entendu parler, bien sûr, en France. Vous avez connu ces noms, hein, de Lisa Littman, Kenneth Zucker, Stephen Levin. Et voilà, nous avons souhaité qu'ils partagent avec nous cet événement. En tout cas, vraiment, nous les remercions infiniment, parce que quand je les entends me dire qu'ils ont fait 30 heures de vol ou 25 heures de vol, c'est vrai qu'il fallait le faire quand même. Ils ont vraiment voulu venir à Paris et je crois qu'ils ne sont pas déçus. Voilà, Beryl va animer cette table ronde avec Leonardo Orlando. Et Beryl, je te laisse.
So we'll have the chance to listen to eminent clinicians and researchers on the question of trans-identification in adolescence, and of course the concept of rapid onset gender dysphoria. So I really would like to thank them all for flying from so far. We also had a chance to meet most of them last year in Finland, and it's really it's so great to be able to listen to them and to all the information that they have to share. So we are going to change a little bit the program. Xenia and Roberto asked for that because there are important news concerning the W path that they want to share. But first of all, we would like to listen to Lisa Littman. I'm looking at your background, but you're a medical researcher from the Institute for Comprehensive Gender Dysphoria Research in the US. And we'd like to listen to you on how did the hypothesis of rapid onset gender dysphoria emerge and why has it been so controversial and so politically wrapped? Thank you, Lisa.
Is this on? Okay. All right, so before I describe how the ROGD, rapid onset gender dysphoria hypothesis emerged, I would like to state what the ROGD hypothesis is. So the ROGD hypothesis proposes that social influences, maladaptive coping mechanisms, and other psychosocial factors can contribute to the development of gender dysphoria and transgender identification in recent populations of teens and young adults with late onset gender dysphoria. The ROGD hypothesis was developed as a potential explanation for the recent striking changes in the patient profile of individuals seeking care for gender dysphoria, and it is meant as an explanation for some, but not all, cases of late onset gender dysphoria occurring in teens and young adults. There have been tremendous changes in the patient profile for gender dysphoric patients. For decades and decades and decades, there have been two types of gender dysphoria: late onset gender dysphoria, which occurs during or after puberty, but has typically involved adult males, and early onset gender dysphoria, where the symptoms begin during childhood. And this has affected males and females, but with a predominance of males. And that was what the gender dysphoria landscape looked like for decades. However, starting in the mid-2000s and then rapidly accelerating in the 2010s, there was a monumental increase in the number of adolescents with gender dysphoria and an even greater increase in teen females with gender dysphoria. So much so that the sex ratio reversed. Where it was previously predominantly male, it became predominantly female. Also, a new presentation of gender dysphoria emerged, where late onset gender dysphoria was in the scientific literature for males only. Now there was a new presentation of late onset gender dysphoria in females. And this new population had a higher rate of psychiatric and neurodevelopmental conditions, which often occurred before the onset of gender dysphoria. The responsible question to ask is, why did these changes occur? And we don't have a definitive answer, but some have hypothesized that these changes are due to decreased stigma around trans identification, increased availability of information, and increased access to transition services. And although these explanations could explain why there is a tremendous increase in the numbers, it doesn't explain why is this increase predominantly in teenagers, why is the sex ratio reversed, and why is there a new presentation of gender dysphoria, late onset in females. And so the ROGD hypothesis was created as a possible explanation for the not yet explained changes in the population of people with gender dysphoria. And with these monumental increases and changes, it's likely that there are multiple factors contributing. There were some additional clues about what could be happening, because around the time that gender clinics started reporting these population and clinical changes in patients, parents were reporting situations where their children became trans-identified, first trans-identified as teenagers, in clusters of cases. Specifically, they described groups of teenagers from the same friend group, and sometimes the entire friendship group, going from not trans-identified to trans-identified around the same time. Also, there was extensive social media content that encouraged young people to believe that vague symptoms were signs of being transgender, that transitioning as soon as possible was the only way that they could ever feel better, and that encouraged them to mock individuals who were not trans-identified. So why should we consider psychosocial factors? It would be surprising not to in this setting. But because the shift in patients seeking care for gender dysphoria has been driven by this enormous surge in teenagers, it makes sense to look at factors that are especially salient to adolescence as a developmental life stage, such as social influences and peer contagion. The pattern of clusters, although not definitive, suggests a need to explore social contagion. And because the social media content contains similarities to content associated with the spread of eating disorders, the role of social media in gender dysphoria and trans identification deserves exploration. And because clinicians have documented these high rates of psychological conditions, often predating the gender dysphoria, looking into other psychosocial factors is also important. So what is the state of the ROGD hypothesis? As we've heard, there has been a tremendous pushback, which other people on this panel will describe. But the evidence to support the ROGD hypothesis is early but growing. One main criticism of the ROGD hypothesis is that the initial study was based on parent report. However, there have been additional research studies and other that include asking individuals firsthand about their own experiences and other relevant evidence appearing that have strengthened the case for the ROGD hypothesis. Thus far, 4 studies have found evidence to support the ROGD hypothesis, and to date, the following aspects of the hypothesis have been supported by the accounts of detransitioners and desisters as being relevant to their experiences of gender dysphoria and transgender identification. So social influences, including their friend group behaviors, peer pressure, social media, social learning, maladaptive coping mechanisms, misinterpreting the symptoms of a mental health condition or trauma as gender dysphoria, and as was mentioned before lunch, difficulty accepting oneself as gay, lesbian, or bisexual.
Thank you, Lisa. Oh, which one? This one? Okay. Thank you very much, Lisa. I think that we are all very grateful here to have you made all this way from the US. Now we're going to move to Roberto D'Angelo, who is a psychiatrist and psychoanalyst, and who is actually the president of SEGM, the Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine. Thank you, Roberto. The floor is all yours.
Well, today I want to talk about the response to Lisa's research, and many of you probably know that it was met with outrage by the trans community and by activists. And so I want to look at it through a psychodynamic lens because the emotional force and aggression of the reaction to Lisa's work made me wonder about what was going on unconsciously. And one of the striking things generally in the discourse about trans that I've observed is that there has been a complete erasure of any notion of risk, harm, or vulnerability in relation to gender-affirming medical interventions. And if you read the work of some of the loudest voices in the gender-affirming field, there is a total absence of any sense of alarm in relation to young people undergoing irreversible body-modifying medical and surgical interventions. Instead, the alarm which is expressed by others is disregarded by being recast as a transphobic response. Feelings of anxiety that clinicians might feel about transition are the therapist's problem and are not reflective of reality. And I think this is part of a broad unconscious process in which awareness of vulnerability, psychological pain and trauma, and also guilt about doing harm are fiercely defended against. So Lisa's hypothesis challenged this defensive process and as a result had to be attacked. If we accept her findings, which suggest that many young people are not actually trans, we have to acknowledge that our medical systems have been inflicting harm on growing numbers of young people. Instead of considering this possibility, leading voices in the field instead shut down thinking and maintain a prohibition on knowing when it comes to danger and harm. As Gillis said earlier today, for advocates to let in that they've been inflicting harm on young people instead of helping them would surely evoke enormous psychological resistances. An example of how this denial of harm is generated can be seen in the work of two very prominent US analysts, Sakatopoulou and Pellegrini. They've widely promoted a very trans-affirming way of thinking about transgender identification in the USA, Australia, and around the world. And one thing, their recent book was also received a lot of publicity. And it was striking to me that nowhere in the book is there a single mention of the risks and potential harms of gender-affirming treatments. And in fact, the dangers and the risks are consistently projected onto others, people like Lisa. Lisa is the one who's dangerous. And so quoting from Sakatopoulou and Pellegrini, this is from their book, asking the question why of non-normative sexualities and genders too often occurs in the service of illuminating their origins in order to cure them and effectively eradicate them. Etiological questions function as stealthy starting points for the motoring of conversion therapies. So it's not the invasive and risky interventions that are the danger, it's the therapist and the researcher who tries to think about what's going on. And the projections and reversals occur at every turn. Lisa and many others, including me, have been accused of promoting panic-inducing misinformation. I would argue that it's the other way around and that the panic is being induced by people like Sakatopoulou and Pellegrini, who alarm readers by claiming that trans people are under threat of eradication. They've written that the views of people like me, David Bell, who's with us, and Sue and Marcus Evans are eugenicist, and that we're no different to members of groups like NARTH, which, if you haven't heard of it, is a now discredited group which viewed homosexuality as a serious pathology. So it's psychotherapy which is dangerous, not gender-affirming interventions. In the book, they actually refer to social contagion, and so indirectly to Lisa's hypothesis, and they denounce it as an anti-trans perspective, and one that views trans as, quote, acquired and possible to eliminate. So, and referring to this so-called anti-trans perspective, they write, "We hear it humming beneath anxieties over social contagion and rapid onset gender dysphoria, and in work that sees transness as a deviation from normal gender caused by trauma, as if atypical genders are those bent out of gender's proper shape." This glib and dismissive response omits any notion of the risk or danger to young people from medicalisation. But even more troubling, it refuses to consider the possibility that it is in fact psychic pain that is humming beneath trans identification. There's no curiosity about whether gender transition may be risky and a drastic solution to various forms of psychic pain. In fact, the psychic pain that we see in our consulting rooms and that appears in study after study as high rates of psychiatric comorbidity in trans youth is completely exiled from awareness. And as many of us have noted, an unquestioning, affirming approach runs the risk of leaving the fundamental psychological issues completely unaddressed. So there's also an erasure here of the growing prevalence and seriousness of psychological distress amongst adolescents and young people, reframing the high rates of mental ill health amongst this group of adolescents as an easily fixed gender problem protects the culture from asking itself very difficult questions about why young people today are so troubled. And I've just got one more observation to make about this reaction to Lisa's work. It's to do with our history with homosexuality. And homosexuality was removed from the DSM in 1973, and up until that time, and for some time after, many, perhaps even the majority of psychoanalysts believed that homosexuality was pathological. Gay men and lesbians were, for example, were excluded from psychoanalytic training for decades after homosexuality was removed from the DSM. And psychoanalytic conceptualizations about homosexuality from the mid to late 20th century were largely pathologizing and recommended that clinicians should actively discourage homosexual behaviour. Gay liberation developed a powerful and concise message to counter the pathologization of homosexuality, born this way. As gay men and lesbians became more vocal and able to speak out, many reports emerged of patients who had undergone pathologizing psychoanalytic therapies or more explicit conversion therapies, such as faith-based interventions. And many of these people felt traumatized and damaged by the experience. And the shadow of this part of our history, I think, still hangs over the mental health profession, and there's a sense of shame about how we treated gay men and lesbians. The trans liberation movement appropriated the Born This Way messaging, and they've deployed it in a very powerful way. Lisa's work highlights that trans identification may indeed be a psychologically and socially mediated phenomenon, and it's a direct challenge to the Born This Way message. This undermined a central pillar of the trans movement and trans ideology, which evoked anxiety about pathologization and loss of rights. But for many clinicians and allies, however, I think it evoked guilt about the way homosexuality was thought of and treated in the mid-20th century. And I think unconscious guilt is a powerful driver of the current fervour to defend trans rights and trans medicalisation at all costs. It's a way of making amends for what happened with other sexual minority groups who were persecuted by psychiatry, and to demonstrate moral virtue by loudly and proudly being pro-trans. And this overcorrection, involving full acceptance of any claims made by the trans community and by attacking Lisa and others, is a way of distancing the past and allowing clinicians to absolve themselves of guilt and to convince themselves that they're doing important, liberating work, unlike those bad people who persecuted homosexuals. There's more to say, I think, about the conflation between homosexuality and trans, but I will leave that if we have time later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roberto. I just want to make sure, Xenia, that I'm not making it wrong, but because there was this change in the program, is that right? That now it would be Stephen speaking, right? Oh, okay. So I want to introduce Stephen Levin, who is a medical doctor. You're a psychiatrist, is that right?
Yes.
Yes. And from the Case Western Reserve University in the United States. So thank you for being here.
My pleasure, my honor. I've been asked to address the following question. Why have trans-identified minors become a political battle in the United States? My simple answer is that it stirs up moral anxiety. Like a large river that is created by the confluence of many individual streams, the moral anxiety has intense religious, ethical, scientific, and political contributions. First, the fact, the medical and surgical transformation of physiologically and anatomically healthy body goes against 5 concepts. First, diverse, and I mean diverse, religious beliefs that God created male and female bodies that have distinctly different forms and reproductive functions and should not be altered. Second, the knowledge of youthful incapacity to grasp the determinants of adult happiness. Third, the expectation that science should first demonstrate the long-term safety and efficacy before promulgating a life-changing intervention. Fourth, an intuitive skepticism about the claim that affirmatively treated persons will have the same chance of achieving a full, successful, satisfying life as cisgendered persons remains unproven. And of course, the 5th reason is the ethical principle, above all, do no harm. The second idea for this moral anxiety is that we have different views on how to improve and how to conserve the health of society. The American liberals see the embrace and the welcoming of all sexual minorities, the ending of all social and legal discrimination as a means of improving society. They believe that decisions about care should be left to doctors and parents and patients. They also believe that patients have a right to effective and safe treatments to alter their bodies as they see fit. And they believe that change is necessary for society, all societies, to advance. Conservatives, on the other hand, see affirmative care as risking the destruction of the basic unit of society, the family. They see media and educational exposure to sexual minority phenomenon as interfering with the development of a comfortable heterosexual orientation and therefore family viability. They don't trust the medical profession anymore on this issue. They reserve the right to regulate the profession because they perceive indications that most trans adults do not have fulfilling lives, and they feel the preservation of traditional society is quite necessary. The third factor contributing to moral anxiety is the international changes of the rights, opportunities, roles, and capabilities of women. The liberation of women over the last half-century has led to a widening of roles for both men and women. Traditional roles for each sex have given way to a far greater overlap. As society has evolved, the stereotypic capacities and vulnerabilities of, quote, our sex has led to young persons' intrapsychic turmoil. And fourth, within professional conflicts. The medical profession is divided into three camps: proponents of affirmative care, skeptics or critics of affirmative care, and the vast majority who are indifferent to affirmative care. Institutional biases from hospital systems and medical trade organizations either select for affirmative believing professionals as employees or hire neutral others who then become skeptics by providing the care. Within these institutions, what does science know? What does science actually know about this is answered quite differently. Different roles: the psychiatric evaluator, the hormone administrator, the surgeon, creates very different attitudes. The roles create different attitudes. Gender programs, particularly surgical ones, generate huge revenue streams for hospitals. Now, I've been asked also to talk about my historic role in WPATH. And I'm going to talk about that later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Now Xenia will talk a little bit. So Xenia is a research methodologist and a health economist and co-founder of SEGM, so the Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine in the US.
So I don't have a prepared speech because things are developing so rapidly in the United States on this front right now that even in the last 2 to 3 days, there have been such major changes that we will talk about this during the session just a little bit later. But I did want to more directly or to give another explanation for why this has become politicized. So in my view, after Lisa Littman came up with a hypothesis which was so self-evidently plausible, and the American scientific establishment, instead of taking this hypothesis on board and trying to figure out what its implications are, instead decided to fight it vehemently and to demonize Lisa and everybody who is associated with what has become a 4-letter word, ROGD. In America, we have another 4-letter word. So when the scientific establishment refused to deal with the issue, just as the issue got bigger and bigger, I mentioned this yesterday, I don't know how big the issue is in France. In America, we don't have good data for middle schoolers and high schoolers right now. Our agencies are just this year starting to collect it, but we do have very good data for college-aged youth, and that's 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds. And we know that currently in college, 7% of females identify as transgender and 4% of males. When you think about the scope of this problem, it's enormous. It's very, very big. And so the issue is very big. It has to be dealt with. And the medical establishment is refusing to deal with it responsibly. So the only arena that is left is that of community debates, public debates. And although in every country, politicians often have kind of a negative connotation to the word politician, at its very core, politicians in democracy are representatives of the people. And so the debates that we're seeing in the political arenas are really societal debates that are starting to play out, precisely because the medical establishment failed to self-correct. That's my explanation for why it's become political.
Thank you, Sinia. That was crystal clear. Okay, so now we are going to move to Ken Sucker, who is a child clinical psychologist and professor at the University of Toronto. Ken, you have the room.
So, first of all, thanks for inviting me to the meeting. I'm actually not sure what I'm supposed to talk about on this panel, so I'm going to just free associate on a few things. I began working in this field in 1975 when I was 24 years old, and I'm a persister in terms of this being my specialty interest. And since then, I've seen probably 2,500 children and adolescents. In the early years, I was way more likely, we were way more likely to see children than we were adolescents, but like everybody else, now my practice is predominantly females, predominantly adolescents, of which 70% are female. For 40 years, I was part of the first formal North American gender identity service for children and adolescents in Toronto at the Clark Institute of Psychiatry, which later merged and was known as the Center for Addiction and Mental Health. In 2015, a complex series of events fueled by local activists led to the closing of our clinic and my execution. And since then, I've moved into private practice. I fought my execution on legal grounds and was very successful in that regard, but I won't go into the details about that. In Canada, I think that we see the same patterns and debates that we're seeing in the States and in Western Europe. The clinical population is the same. The marked increase in the referrals of adolescents, the predominance of female adolescents, which our group, along with the Dutch, published a paper in 2015 where we pointed out for the first time this alteration in the sex ratio, which now everybody all over the world has noticed. And Kathleen Stock earlier today alluded to this aspect of what's going on, and it really does call out for an explanation. Let me morph now a little bit into the ROGD phenomenon. We were starting to see at our clinic in the first decade of the 2000s kids who ultimately received the label of ROGD from Lisa Littman. We were seeing these kids at the same time we were noticing this huge increase in the number of adolescents coming to our clinic and also the alteration in the sex ratio. And I remember us sitting around when we would case conference our clients thinking, wow, this is really interesting. We've never seen kids like this before. What's going on? But we didn't have a label for them other than to kind of say, this is kind of weird. We've never seen kids like this before. I know that I was a reviewer for Lisa's seminal paper in PLOS ONE that was published in 2018, but I don't actually remember when we actually met. But now I feel like, you know, I've known Lisa forever. And what I, as a clinician, first of all, secondarily as a researcher, Lisa has described a new clinical phenomenon. that anybody who specializes in this field should be interested in. Somebody was talking about new diagnoses yesterday, I can't remember who, but when you think about it, it's very rare. We don't have new psychiatric diagnoses or subtypes coming along every other week. So this is kind of like a really interesting development that's happened. And I remember that one of the responses of WPATH was to kind of sort of have a hissy fit, I don't know how that translates into French, by saying, well, ROGD is not a formal diagnosis. And my response, you know, at least in my head was, okay, that's okay. This is a new clinical phenomenon that takes time. How long was borderline personality talked about in the literature going back to the 1930s and 40s before it made its way into the DSM in 1980? How long did it take for binge eating disorder to make its way into the DSM-5 in 2013? It was in the appendix, clinical conditions requiring further study since the DSM-4 in 1994. So the idea that it's not a formal diagnosis, big deal. This is a new clinical phenomenon that clinicians who specialize in this area need to know a lot about. I'll just say two more things about ROGD, sort of building on something Roberto has already alluded to. But first of all, and this also gets at some of the issues that were brought up earlier today by David Bell, and earlier today, a comment by Kathleen Stock. ROG forces one to think about one's conceptual model of how to understand gender dysphoria. What is one's theoretical understanding? What is one's philosophical understanding? What is one's overall conceptual formulation? And there is a propensity among the gender-affirming clinicians to basically say, you shouldn't be thinking about underlying factors. Like David Bell earlier today said, it takes time to look at underlying factors. The gender-affirming approach says it is invalidating to even ask questions about why somebody might be experiencing gender dysphoria. I'm a dinosaur, you know, I started working as a clinician like in the 1970s, and the idea that one shouldn't be curious about why a person is experiencing symptoms, that you shouldn't be curious and to ask, just puzzles me tremendously. And I think that ROGD has made some of the folks in the gender-affirming school very anxious, because a deep structure perspective of the gender-affirming school of thought is essentialism, i.e. that one is born this way, and why somebody has gender dysphoria, the variance is 100% biological. And I've done biological research on gender dysphoria for many years, along with psychosocial work, and it's just ridiculously simplistic to think that it's entirely biological. And I think what's made some of the critics of ROGD anxious is that it's raising the question that it's more than just biological. And then lastly, another aspect that I think has made people nervous is around clinical care and therapeutic management. So if we go back to the Dutch protocol, and you read the initial papers by Peggy Cohen-Ketnes and her colleagues in the 1990s and early 2000s. And I should say, as a sidebar, our clinic in Toronto did recommend blockers for some adolescents starting as early as 1999 for reasons I don't want to get into today. But one of the eligibility criteria was that you had to have a lifelong, persistent history of gender dysphoria or gender nonconforming behavior. Well, ROGD kids completely challenged that eligibility criterion. So if you have a 13-year-old that you're seeing in your office for the first time, where the parents and youth say the kid has just started to feel gender dysphoric 3 months ago, that should be a rule out for consideration of hormonal suppression. And I think that makes people very nervous, because if you don't take the Dutch eligibility criteria seriously, then what do you do with these kids? Well, I can tell you what the gender-affirming clinics I have experience with do with these kids. They ignore the Dutch criteria, eligibility criteria, and will recommend blockers or cross-sex hormones anyways, because they need for all of the kids to fit into this is just the way they are model. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ken. Yes, Samuel, there is a spot for here, so come close, get cozy. Oh, Samuel, there is a spot here, actually. You can come here. And there's a mic and everything. So now we're going to have Samuel Veissière, who is Associate Professor at the Department of Psychology at the University of Quebec in Montreal.
Hi, it's a bit odd to be the only francophone on this panel. I'm used to interacting with these folks in English. Apologies for my anglophone French, je vais parler en français aujourd'hui. Donc oui, bonjour, merci, c'est un grand honneur.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. It's a great honor to be here. I'm an anthropologist and a researcher, clinician in Montreal, in a team that is specialized in social polarization and radicalization leading to violence. Among my modest contribution to the questions that we're looking at today with my anthropologist hat, I suggested that I should conceptualize ROGD as a cultural distress idiom, as a syndrome linked to culture, if you wish, based on the representation of roles of genders, which, according to me, are true for all young people. So ROGD would only be the tip of the iceberg in the general framework of loss of confidence in all forms of authority, parental, medical, etc. So I will get back to this in a minute. I was invited here today to tell you about what's happening in Quebec. So I was very pleased to see that my colleagues from parents' associations did that very well. And so what I wanted to do was to come up with a new theoretical formulation in an ecosystem-based perspective to try to understand the stakes at all levels. And in that case, I will use my clinical experience. And I wanted to tell you about what I call the trans jihad. I'm saying this literally with a lot of respect for my religious friends, with a lot of empathy for the true suffering of these young people, respect for their attempts at agency and their desire to do something. But I would like to tell you an anthropological point of view of the situation in Quebec, which I think will enable us to position this discussion in a more broader framework, because what's interesting in Quebec is that we have sociocultural specificities which I think shed a different light on a potential origin for this trans phenomenon. Contrary to preconceived ideas, and I hope that I'm not going to shock my colleagues from Quebec, Quebec is not a bilingual province. Quebec is characterized by two solitudes, actually. You have two language communities which don't understand one another, which don't speak the same language, and which don't have the same institutions, and this is very relevant when it comes to education. And there is a third solitude, which is basically an assembly of micro-solitudes based on migrant communities who try to go into the English side of it, of the province. I'm saying this because historically the trans phenomenon in Quebec seems to have hit the Anglo part of the area first. Ultra-liberal, well-off communities. I'm thinking about the population that Lisa Littman has described. I'm thinking also of recent surveys by Anglo-Canadian Eric Kaufman, politologist, who describes in this ultra-liberal Anglo-Saxon context that up to 33% of young people claim to be queer, to be part of the LGBTQ plus community. So that was back in 2021. I had a conversation with a colleague who teaches in California last week, and he said, oh yes, of course, in some of my classes, I have 75% of my pupils who claim to be queer or non-binary. So in Quebec, what I think I have noticed since 2015, I teach at McGill, and I did not see this in the French-speaking communities. So the first communities to be impacted was the English-speaking communities, and there seems to have been some kind of resistance in larger cities, larger French-speaking cities, because actually this trans movement was seen as something being imposed by the Anglo side. So, as I said, in some micro-niches of the French-speaking elite, they tended to oppose this. And also, there's been a very, very efficient lobbying of the activists, English-speaking first and then French-speaking, in schools, in universities, and in the social services. So what we see in Quebec now, I think, could be generalized to the West as a whole, and we see that in terms of sensitivity to this thing, you have two poles, actually. And I would like to stress that when you speak to parents or parents' associations, well, they might feel stigmatized if you talk about risk factors in families. But of course, we're not trying to blame them. We're trying to understand the traumatic distress pathways of these kids. When you talk about epidemiological lines, you never point your finger at specific situations. But basically, the two poles, the two clusters here, which I've come up with, confirmed by epidemiological studies, is the first one is bourgeois, liberal, urban families, positive education, organic food, etc. And king children, you're thinking private schools, where your little girls declare that they're transsexual when they're 10, non-binary at 12, at 14 they're trans, and when they come 16 they want to have a mastectomy reimbursed by the Social Security. So it's the first pole. And the second pole, which is at the complete opposite, is very, very low-income families, young people who've been placed in foster families or in institutions, and their only attachment figure was psychosocial workers, like, you know, foster family or family planning or whatever. Very often they don't have, people who don't have kids, who work as foster families and who have this little kind of guilt of not having children, and therefore they take kids in their families. And I will get back to this in a moment. My colleagues in Quebec talked about the key things that happened in Quebec recently, and I'm not going to go into the details, but it's important to know that we have this supervisory board made of experts in order to assess the impact of all these things on society, in order to review the scientific evidence that exists. But it's been very badly perceived, and we had this this documentary Trans Express broadcast by Radio Canada, which is supposed to be woke. It's the state radio, right? And things are starting to change in an interesting way in Quebec. Now, after the documentary on Radio Canada, what I noticed in the university hallways and in the clinicians' meetings is that actually people felt more free to speak. It's as if people allowed themselves to speak at last, and want to ask questions. But in the activist environment, in the activist spheres, there were very strong reactions. There was a manifesto signed by 100 of associations, including the Federation of Women, who are activists who also vandalized the offices of Radio Canada. They really called for trans rage. They said that Radio Canada journalists were actually child killers and that they had blood on their hands. And I just have a few minutes left, but I would like to clarify what I think we should call a terrorist escalation. And of course, I'm very cautious in my choice of words. I have some practice in clinical research in the area. But what I want to describe is a context in which ideologists are willing to make personal sacrifices, violent actions, and to create psychological terror and the fear of repression in the name of a cause which they consider to be noble. So we have this clash between the good and the bad, the pure and the impure, and this generates new forms of taboo and sacred notions. And this is where I go back to the woke and trans religiosity, which has been mentioned by Jean-François Bronstein. Thank you, Jean-François. Your book is absolutely great. Now, I don't want to suggest that there is a causal relationship between religion and terrorism, of course. There are a certain number of very good studies which show that religiousness, especially growing up in a religious family, is a protective factor against violent extremism. Having access to a community, social fabric, to some stability, to rights, etc. This is very good. Religion and religiousness becomes a risk factor in the case there is a conversion, a quick transformation of your landmarks, which will lead you to clash from your family and from your social environment. I don't want to go into the details here, but I want to say that when you look at the families where young people, for example, will convert to radical Islam and go to Syria or become neo-Nazis, and the families where young girls become trans, well, it's the same spectrum of vulnerabilities in the family structures which has been identified. This concept of jihad seems very relevant to talk about the trans culture. It's the most extreme, the most Salafist version of woke. Actually, jihad is a personal sacrifice made in the name of God, God being a moral, transcending ontological reality. In the extremist Salafist version, the jihad also has to be offensive. You have to convert the miscreants. You have to also punish those who have renounced their religion, and you have to impose the Sharia, which is the only true and possible law. The historical rise in woke, the great awakening, was very often compared theologically to the Great Awakening, which describes the theological transformations of Protestantism in the US in the 19th century, where you had some kind of very millenaristic, apocalyptic groups that came out, but based on the revelation, that is a non-mediated individual connection to a transcending religious authority. I think that the jihadi Salafism is even more modern and gives us a better comparison. I'm sure you know that one of the brilliant theological innovations of Daesh, Islamic State, was the liberalization of theology and case law, because it enabled young people, very often converted young people, to identify those who were the bad believers who had renounced their religion and who could be punished, the apostates. You know, it's called takfir, and there is a parallel between the takfir and the woke police. It's the same paradox, actually, social hyperconformism that makes you a member of a community by a symbolic and real community where the only source of authority is your individual feelings. The good news is that these projects usually are not manageable. You know, in Islamic State, you had chains of takfirs where everybody would excommunicate everybody else, and so it was not manageable anymore. They had to execute whole battalions, and so it was not manageable after a while because there was nobody left. And it's the same thing in work. And this is good news for us overall. So, to wrap up, if sincere Islamic and woke ideologists are quite few, once again, because they come from a very damaged family structure where young people, well, you know, we should be concerned that our societies look more and more like a very damaged family structure. I'm talking of a framework where young people cannot develop a secure attachment connection to a parent figure, to a scientific figure who is reassuring. It's not about power, it's about reassurance. This is no longer offered to young people. So the jihadi Salafism is very modern, seen in the pan-Arabic context of the post-colonial world in the 50s. People did not identify themselves with the institutions anymore, which they considered to be amoral and corrupt. And so this is my conclusion. Rather than continuing to capitulate to the alienating wokeism in schools and hospitals, it's time to reconquer our institutions before it's too late. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Samuel. I just wanted to point out something in your speech. You talked about attachment patterns and pléthore ou carence. These are phenomena that we think we need to study on a clinical point of view, underlining the question of transidentification in minors and the question of cleavage also. So
splitting.
Yeah. Cleavage. Now, Xenia, there are lots of changes or important things that need to be shared concerning the W path. Brown news. And so Xenia will be the next one to talk about this.
Thank you. It's very hard to follow after somebody like Samuel. So first I'll kind of give a couple of thoughts about what I think is going on, and then I want to make the rest of the half hour we have very practical, solution-oriented, and hopefully Stephen Levine will help us as well. In North America and in Australia, if Roberta agrees with me, this is a raging fire. I'm not quite sure, being here in France right now, whether this is still kind of a hypothetical danger you see on your horizon, or if it's already affecting your families acutely here. But there is no question that in America, in Canada, in Australia, it is now impossible. Every family has either an affected child, niece, or dear friend. That is how ubiquitous transidentification in young people has become. So the problem is actually really significant. And it is a societal problem. We can confidently say that the birthplace of the problem was the Netherlands, where the Dutch protocol was invented, and it became so irresistible to administer puberty blockers to young people and then see these magical transformations to their bodies. But it's also undeniable that although the birthplace of this was in the Netherlands, it really grew up and blossomed in the United States. And I don't know to what extent the rest of the world appreciates the influence that the United States is having now on the rest of the world on this particular issue, both because of the dominance of the American culture in virtually every country, and because of the financial influences that are fueling this problem in the United States, which you in Europe do not necessarily have. You're just on the receiving end of the gifts that we are exporting now. So And so one of the ways, so I'm not a psychologist, but I spend a lot of time with mental health professionals, and they tell me that when you look at a patient and a patient's condition, you would think of three factors for having a psychological problem, and it's predisposing factors, which increase the likelihood of developing a problem. It's precipitating issues that trigger the problem, and then the maintaining factors, which is self-explanatory. Is that accurate? Did I get that right? All right. So when I think about the United States as a society, that is a patient in itself. And when you think about the US society, we too need to think about the predisposing, precipitating, and maintaining factors. And I'm sure that could be a dissertation, and these are just very high-level thoughts. They're incomplete, inaccurate, and I think we collectively need to be thinking about those three buckets, because I don't think you can help the patient unless you understand what created the problem. I think today a number of predisposing factors have been discussed. In my view, the interconnectedness of the world is a very significant reason why this problem really took off at the end of the 20th century and in the 21st century. It's not a coincidence. I won't go into the history too much, but really the transsexual phenomenon was launched in the 1950s by an American who traveled to Europe, got sex change, and then every American tabloid newspaper wrote about it, and then it went viral around the world, and the entire world learned about it. That was the first wave of how more mature adults suddenly began to announce that they're transgender or transsexual at the time, 1952. Now with ROGD, arguably it's different, but it's also a bit of the same, because again, I'm sure this kind of angst and those cases have always existed, but suddenly, because of the internet and internet influencers, the knowledge of this identity, now a transgender as opposed to transsexual, but similar, also spread quite virally, and a lot of young people began to attribute their distress. So I think the interconnectedness of this world is definitely a predisposing factor, and I don't think that is going away. I do agree with Samuel that English language fluency, the English language is actually the axis of contagion. Yes, the more fluent a young person is in English, the more likely they're going to be affected. And the more fluent a country is, the more likely they're affected, which might explain why France doesn't see it quite as much as other countries yet, because of the your dominance of the French language here. And there are other factors we've discussed, like the diminished role of the boundaries, the religious boundaries, tradition, etc., and elevating the child to the role of like the most important person in the family, as opposed to previously when children could be seen but not heard. But I think that's sort of a lot more could be said about the predisposing factors, about why this could happen in a society. I think the interesting precipitating factor, and I promise I'm going to get to WPATH immediately, the precipitating factor, I think we underappreciate the financial aspect of things. And it is not just that this type of medical treatment is very lucrative in America. For example, puberty blockers could cost anywhere between $30,000 to $60,000 per year per child. It's very, very lucrative for the industry. But there is another much more lucrative aspect that I don't think we recognize. And it's my personal theory. I read it by a few people. Nobody has argued with me so far. But in the gay rights battle, a significant number of organizations have formed with hundreds of millions of dollars in budgets. Collectively in the United States, easily over $1 billion had gone historically to fund organizations fighting for gay rights. And the United States saw one of the most remarkable turnarounds, with first the majority of people voting against gay marriage and gay equality, to suddenly the majority of the US being for it, and gay marriage is the law of the land in the United States. So everything these organizations worked for, all their lobbying efforts, all their organizing efforts, suddenly became not necessary anymore when the highest court, when it became the US law. And organizations don't like to self-destruct. Organizations like to self-perpetuate. And when you imagine how many extremely powerful organizations for a couple of decades grew to be such formidable forces with massive budgets and a lot of staff and a lot of influence and connections, suddenly found themselves without a cause, they needed a new cause. And this, picking up the issue of trans rights, was adopted by LGBT organizations in order to continue to attract massive funding, keep the budgets, keep the staff, and the machinery that had been refined for years. And by the way, I say that as somebody who voted for gay marriage, so I'm a supporter of gay rights, but still we have to recognize that the organizations that were formed to make all of that happen overnight were out of a job. And they had to take on a cause. And so these same organizations now are fighting to let lesbian girls remove their breasts by calling them trans men and by pouring hundreds of millions of dollars in litigations when states step in and say, no, minors should not be receiving mastectomies. So I think the enormous amount of money being poured into this in the United States is a large reason why this is such a hot political battle, because it takes money to keep political battles raging. So I just wanted to mention that. And speaking of the political battles, what is happening right now, and I'll let Stephen talk, and then if I have a few minutes, I'll give you some more facts, but we're in the midst of a very interesting lawsuit in the United States. So as you may know, state by state, over 20 states in the United States passed bans on the use of puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries in young people under 18. They're frequently positioned as anti-LGBT laws, as bans. When you look at their essence, that is actually lawmakers stepping in and saying, no, these interventions have not met the threshold of a proven treatment where benefits outweigh risks, and so they should not be available in medical settings. Now, whether or not they're available in research settings is not up to the states. It is up to the federal government that governs clinical research. But regardless, the laws have been passed, and these same organizations that I talked to you about, they immediately sued. Each of the states was sued by those LGBT organizations. And one such state, Alabama, led a very skillful litigation campaign where, in the process of trying to defend their right to not provide these treatments, these interventions to young people, they made the argument that the entire path, so the opposite side said this is a proven, safe, and effective treatment. And how do we know this? Well, the international guidelines state so. And the state of Alabama said, no, these international guidelines aren't actually a credible clinical guideline. It's an activist organization called WPATH. And then the judge very wisely said, well, then the question therefore hinges on, is it a legitimate medical organization creating credible guidelines that represent medical consensus around the world? And if so, then the state of Alabama is wrong and this law cannot stand. But if it is true what the state of Alabama is alleging, then their legislature had the right to protect its citizens from potentially harmful unproven intervention. And so the judge ordered a complete discovery of documents. That meant that WPATH had to turn over every single email, every single communication related to the creation of their Standards of Care 8, which the advocates of these interventions say are proven, it's the authoritative definitive guideline. And so these documents are just now being released every day, like yesterday, a few documents were released the day before yesterday. And the revelations are shocking. And I think this will become the story that cannot go away, especially when more and more people learn about it. We could spend hours going through the documents. At some point, if we have a few minutes, I can show you some of them. But the gist of it is that WPATH, which has billed itself as the most reputable, most knowledgeable, worldwide scientific authority that everybody should listen to, and which says, yes, these treatments are proven safe and effective for children, and not giving these treatments is harmful to children, has been now revealed to having been engaged in one of the most scandalous incidents of suppression and alteration of evidence. They partnered with a very reputable university, Johns Hopkins University, to do a systematic review of evidence, which is the first and most fundamental principle of evidence-based medicine, is that all decisions should be based on a systematic review of evidence, not on individual studies, but on a systematic review of the body of the evidence, which doesn't just take studies' conclusions at face value, but analyzes each study for bias and summarizes what's known and issues an overarching judgment about what are the benefits, what do we know about evidence and harms, benefits and harms of any intervention. And so WPATH commissioned these, and then promptly, once they began to see what data is coming out and that it did not support what they were planning to recommend, they essentially, not essentially, they stopped those reviews of evidence from publication. They menaced the research team at Johns Hopkins by essentially accusing them of contractual violations, and they even though there was no contractual violations, and they suppressed all systematic reviews of evidence. And now we have, if I have a slide, if there are slides, I can show you a couple of quotes, but there are direct email communications that now had to be released to the court that specifically say, WPATH leadership saying, we were instructed by the lawyers, by those LGBT organization lawyers fighting these court battles now, state by state, that we should not be allowing systematic reviews to be published and to be known about their results, because they will make winning our lawsuits not tenable, because these reviews will show there is no evidence. And these are direct quotes. This every day, more and more documents are being released. The Economist just wrote a major article about it. I predict this will be the story for the next year that will not die. And that's truly, truly, I think we are at an inflection point and a defining moment for the world to realize that we have been bamboozled by being told that the evidence, doctors have been misled. I don't know if you know any doctors. I think half of you are doctors, if not more. All the doctors I know don't have time to scrutinize studies. They follow what their medical society tells them. They follow maybe what a prestigious publication in a prestigious journal concluded, and there's been a major highly financed and organized campaign of scientific misinformation that these treatments were proven safe and effective. It's been propped up by WPATH in a very incredibly coordinated campaign. That the other revelation is that it went straight to the US government. Our head of our public health authority in the United States, Admiral Rachel Levine. Does everybody know who Admiral Rachel Levine is? So Admiral Rachel Levine is a physician, a transgender woman who transitioned as a mature adult, and said that her greatest gratitude is that she was able to transition as a mature adult, so because she was able to have children, so it's a biological, born male transition to female. Rachel Levine, who's been promoted to admiral, our first female admiral in the United States, was giving direct orders to WPATH to complete the guidelines as quickly as possible, to make them as positive to the promotion of transgender intervention as possible, and to not publish any findings that would say things like low quality evidence and uncertainty, and to make it as definitive as possible in order to win legislative battles and incorporate it into the political agenda of the Democratic Party. And by the way, I have always voted Democratic, just so you understand, this is not a political issue for me personally. So it is a scandal going to the top of the US government to win elections. It's a scandal where doctors were misled, where patients were misled, and where parents were misled. And this is happening in real time. Like, what we know today, we did not know 3 days ago. And every day, more and more documents are being released. So I do believe it's highly important. And so Stephen Levine has such a rich history with WPATH, having been the chair of one of the standards of care versions. And he's been talking about this for a long time. Everything he's been saying now is appearing in print through these emails that had to be released through court orders. But I thought it would be really fascinating to ask him to talk a bit about his experience with WPATH as an organization, because they truly are the backbone of this entire situation we're in.
So prior to 2007, WPATH was known as the Harry Benjamin International Gender Dysphoria Association. And I was a member of that since the early 1970s. And by the mid-90s, I was appointed the chair of the writing committee to establish the 5th version of the standards of care, what was known as Habigda's Standards of Care. I was the chairman, and I think I wrote every sentence in the 21 pages of that document. I had a committee of 8 people, and it was early in the internet, and so this international team met via the computer, never in person. Now, in 1996, late 1996 or 1997, when most of our work was done, if you ask me what evidence-based medicine was, could not tell you. If you asked me what a systematic review was, I didn't know the answer. Even though evidence-based medicine began about 4 years before that, it never trickled down into my awareness. This committee met over the course of a year and a half, and we reviewed no papers. No papers. We had a committee of diverse people. We had an endocrinologist, we had a social worker, we had a surgeon who almost never attended the meetings, and various others, including the current chairman of WPATH, Eli Coleman. And together we formed this astute set of recommendations. And the recommendations were that 2 independent mental health professionals needed to give an evaluation before anyone could get hormones. We recommended, we didn't want to recommend a number of psychotherapy sessions, but we thought everyone should have at least a few meetings with a mental health professional before anyone wrote a letter. So we wanted one letter to come from someone who had 3 to 6 meetings with a person, and another letter from a person who maybe just met one time. And we had an exception if the patient went to a clinic, like I was running a multidisciplinary clinic, and all of our staff would interview the same patient. Under those conditions, only one letter was necessary for hormones, and we needed 2 letters for surgery also. And they had to live for a year before surgery. and take hormones for at least a year. Well, the presentation of the standards of care went before the executive committee of WPATH, what was Habigda, and everyone seemed to be okay with it except the chairman of the committee, and he was outraged. And he told me that he was going to form a new committee immediately after accepting our work so that there would be a 6 standards of care. And what did he object to? He objected to the fact that we asked for 2 independent letters prior to access to endocrine treatment. And so 3 years later, then the 6 standards of care came out, and it's almost word for word, except for that. 1 letter was now required. So that was my history. I attended, I think, every Habigda meeting every 2 years. And in 2000, the year 2000 in Galveston, I went to the meeting and someone was at the podium. The audience, there probably were 200 people in the audience. About 25 people were cross-dressed, men who were cross-dressed. And when someone at the podium said something that the audience didn't like, there was a bunch of boos came out. And then someone else said something they didn't like, and there was booing again. And at that time, I realized, in combination with my narcissistic wound from the chairman of the department, chairman of the committee, I realized that I could not any longer belong to Habigda, because I was there as a naive young clinician, thinking that I was learning about this phenomenon, and in my own way, I was pursuing the truth, trying to figure out what was going on here and what should we do about this, right? I called that scientific, however naive I was at that time, right? But when the booing started, I said, and when Dr. Green, the chairman, Richard Green, told me how wrong I had been to recommend for 2 letters, I realized that he was representing that Habigda had become, by 2000, an advocacy organization, and their intention was to spread trans care, especially surgical care. And for me, as a naive young scientist, I said, ethically, I can't participate any longer. And that's the history of my resignation in 2002. But today we have a much different thing.
Thank you very much, Sinia and Stephen, for those comments. I believe that, Ken, you want to make final remarks on this?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. 2 days ago, after some of these WPATH documents were released, the White House issued a brief statement saying the White House does not support surgery for minors. So everything's good. We're good. Problem solved, eh? Xenia, I want to ask you one question. You talked about how WPATH commissioned Johns Hopkins to do these serious systematic reviews, right? Mm-hmm. And you're basically saying that WPATH, when they were learning of the results of the systematic reviews, didn't like them, so they want them suppressed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But surely, Xenia, the folks in WPATH who commissioned Hopkins to do these reviews knew what the results were going to be. Because it isn't like there's 50,000 studies in this area, right? They knew what the results were going to look like, no?
No, so one of the most shocking things, there's so many shocking things, by the way, in the documents that are being released, that I'm convinced that a book will be written. And if it's not, journalists are asleep at the wheel. But one of the most shocking things is that actually, WPATH leadership genuinely believed that they had proof. And they were quite confident and arrogant in their knowledge and their conviction. And they had no idea what evidence-based medicine was. In fact, before embarking on Standards of Care 8, which is the current version, just until 2022, between 2012 and 2022, it was version 7. And everybody, all these girls and boys were treated according to version 7, which wasn't very good either. But they already knew then that it is in violation of evidence-based medicine. Medicine does not operate in this way. And so they announced that Standards of Care 8 will be the first ever evidence-based guideline. They made that announcement loud and clear for the world, and they hired a top-notch evidence evaluation team to do these systematic evidence reviews, because in order to be an evidence-based guideline, you have to base your recommendation on systematic reviews of evidence. That is not optional. Now, there are other factors that go into making recommendations besides evidence, but still, evidence reviews is the cornerstone. And so what we learned by reading these emails is how the Johns Hopkins team very patiently at first, and then less and less patiently, attempts to explain to WPATH that the studies that WPATH thinks are rock solid proof are so bad they can't even be included in a review, or if they are included, they will come out with very unfavorable results, with statements such as very low certainty, which is a scientific way of saying we just don't know. And the really kind of shocking exchange, which is lurking right there in the emails, is when the team developing the adolescents recommendation section, because remember, this is about everybody, you know, from children to senior citizens. So this adolescent section authors are saying to the Johns Hopkins team, dear Johns Hopkins team, we believe we have we have really good studies for two areas. One, benefits of hormones, and the second, adolescent decisional capacity to consent to these interventions. Okay? So these are the two areas where we would like to commission systematic reviews, because we believe that although what comes out on the other end will have caveats, because the studies are not, you know, robust, they're not randomized control, their designs are not perfect, but it's nonetheless significant and meaningful enough to create a systematic review with a conclusion that would support the recommendation that A, adolescents, that hormones are beneficial, and B, very importantly, that adolescents can consent, that we have evidence that adolescents have decisional capacity to make future decisions about their fertility, about their sexual function, etc. And at that point, the Johns Hopkins senior researcher says, I'd like to take a look at some of the studies that you think you have. Just sort of a scratch and sniff. I don't know if that's an expression in French. And so the adolescent team, the team developing the adolescent section sends them a few of the studies that they consider proof that adolescents can consent. And then the Johns Hopkins senior researcher reads these studies, sends 3 paragraphs of descriptions for each study, and basically says, this isn't really even evidence. At best, this is indirect evidence. Like, we can't even work with this. This isn't even approaching the threshold of a study that could even be considered. And so then, instead of transparently stating in Standards of Care 8 that it is uncertain whether or not adolescents can consent. And by the way, one of the biggest misconceptions in evidence-based medicine is that you cannot do a systematic review of evidence unless you have really good studies. This is not true. You can, and in fact should, perform a systematic review of evidence, even if there are 0 studies. It's called an empty review, and the conclusion of such an empty review is that we do not know. And that sends a very strong message to clinicians, parents, patients who have to make the decision that the scientific community simply does not know. That's really important to know. But instead of continuing with the systematic review and saying, you know, we've identified only 3 studies, they only represent indirect evidence, so we really do not know whether or not adolescents can consent, whether or not in the future they will regret or not, and whether they can anticipate their future adult selves. As was said earlier yesterday, that the child belongs to their future adult self, whether their future adult self would appreciate the decisions their teenage self made or not. Instead of saying we do not know, instead the team decided to sidestep the issue entirely and just issue some vague statement saying, in deciding whether or not adolescents can consent, a clinician should consider a minor's maturity level. Sort of a statement that is self-evident, not terribly consequential. But so to your question, Ken, one of the most remarkable things in reading these emails, if one has the patience to read them all, is to appreciate that evidence-based medicine appears to be such an obscure concept to most gender clinicians that they truly do not understand what it is and how to engage in it, what role evidence evaluation plays, and that is perhaps why, had they known it, they would have never entered into a consulting engagement with a respectable research team, because they would have known that this would not help. But they were so confident and convinced and true believers in their approach that they truly were shocked when Johns Hopkins told them this is not sufficient. And when a few reviews were completed, where there were more studies, and the conclusions came out we're very, very uncertain whether this helps or harms, that's when WPATH instituted a remarkable policy. They said from now on, if Johns Hopkins ever wants to publish anything, they have to go through 2 rounds of approval. The first round is Johns Hopkins has to first submit a proposal with a conclusion already written. If WPATH likes the conclusion, they allow for the development of the publication. Then once again, they have to submit the publication manuscript for approval. WPATH can alter any part of it, negotiate with Johns Hopkins. If Johns Hopkins likes the changes, they can publish. If they don't like the changes, this cannot be published. And here's, to me, was the third most shocking part. Should Johns Hopkins agree to all the final changes, and they have a mutually agreed upon manuscript with favorable conclusions that promote transgender interventions in the broadest sense that was written into the policy, then when Johns Hopkins publishes it, they have to include a disclaimer that the work was solely done by Johns Hopkins and WPATH had no role in the process. That was a mandatory disclaimer, and it's all in the policy, and it's all in the documents. And I must say, the only systematic review that then came out of this engagement after that policy was put in place, was a review of hormones. The conclusion said that these are incredibly important interventions. So it was a favorable conclusion that obviously had to be approved, even though the body of the review said no evidence. So the conclusion was disconnected from what the body of the actual systematic review said, and that publication verbatim carried the mandatory disclaimer that WPATH had no role in it, even though internal documents now show that very document went through a checklist on WPATH letterhead saying that it checked every box, including having a transgender author as being part of the team, including promoting transgender interventions in a positive way, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So once again, I do believe we're in the midst of a major scientific scandal that's unfolding right in front of our eyes.
Thank you so much for everything that you have explained us concerning all these these concerns about the W path. We'll take questions from the audience right now.
Simplement juste dire.
I just want to say something. What was just said is so important. I'm sure that you all understand this, what Genia just said. Given the documents that were published very, very recently. So thank you very much, Xenia, for saying this.
Something on what you said, but just a little information. We had submitted recently a paper with Céline Jacques just to inform the Belgian medical corpus about what the recommendation of SCAP, the recommendation of the CAS review and all that. And to tell you the ignorance of the people, one of the reviewers asked, what is an evidence systematic review? That was one of the questions. So.
Oui. Merci Beryl. Merci Beryl. Je pense juste un mot.
Thank you, Beryl. I think just a word. The most scandalous in everything that Xenia said is that WPATH in the new policy asked Johns Hopkins to deliver the conclusions even before conducting the study. It's all very clear. I'm reading the text in English.
To approve the review's anticipated conclusions. Donc, il fallait que les conclusions soient soumises
So it means that the conclusions had to be submitted to WPATH even before they started the review. In that case, there was no risk of a contradiction. So this is, of course, an infringement to evidence-based scientific medicine and to any scientific work. I mean, I don't want to insist, but some of my colleagues did this, right? We saw a certain number of things. There were very strange clinical results of studies that had not even been conducted. But it's not common practice in medicine, let's face it, to have already the conclusions and to ask the authors of the study to come up with a conclusion even before the study was started. Of course, there's the pharmaceutical labs. I don't know how it works for WPATH. Is there money involved? I don't know. In oncology, yes, there is pressure. But it wouldn't go as far as to directing the conclusions. How silly to write this, I mean, that there were anticipated conclusions. Thank you, Jacques. I have a question from Andreas.
So there are, in fact, 3 points. The first point is, in fact, the ROGDS is a little bit in frame of John Haidt's work. Jonathan Haidt, a recent book on the anxious generation, and it fits perfectly with the anxious generation. It's just a subgroup of the of this anxious generation theory. So that's the first point. I think it's very important to read this book because it's a very, very good study. So the second is, in fact, the ROGDS is a little bit like what we have in the COVID, the lab leak hypothesis, because people, there's Alina Chan, who proposed the lab leak hypothesis of the in fact of the COVID origin, because there are 2 ways to look on the COVID. Either is a spill-off from nature, or is the lab leak hypothesis, or the scientific establishment refuses the lab leak hypothesis. So it's the same little bit, so it's the same idea. And maybe the third point is that, in fact, it's not only the jihad people who are doing, I mean, the work is not only like the jihad, it's also like Christian theories that have, for instance, there's been in the south of China, the Taiping revolt from 1851 to 64, where there has been the leader of the Taiping revolt was Hong Qishuan, who thought from himself as the son of God and the brother of Jesus. And this revolt caused 20 million dead. Okay, so religious thought and thinking can have extremely bad influences in. So.
Thank you, Andreas.
So the
I
3
think
points,
that we
yes.
had over here. Yes. Yes. You want to ask? Yes. You raise your hand, right? Or you just a stretching, or? Okay. Okay. Pascal. Wait.
Oui, bonjour. Je m'appelle Pascal Bellou-Fourcade.
I'm Pascal Bellou-Fourcade. I'm a psychiatrist and psychoanalyst in Paris. I would like to remind you of something which you already know. I've just mentioned this to Beryl, and she was a little bit unsure. We are living on something that cannot be translated, because sex difference cannot be translated in English. We say difference in sexuality. And I discussed this yesterday with Pierre Valentin, who published a very interesting book about woke. And he was surprised because he didn't know. And he said, well, I don't know, give me your email address and I will try to find an answer for you. Because, of course, we have conclusions. That is, things did not happen in the same way in the US. And, of course, the influence of the US has major effects over here, too. But in the US, we had an impact on the difference in sexualities, minorities, discrimination. And it was not the case in France, because Oscar Wilde was imprisoned for 6 years, but not Proust, you know. In France, we did not go on a homosexual hunt as they did in the UK. And it's interesting because it led to a validation by Madame Butler. So I read an article on French theory, and from a Lacanian point of view, I was able to know that it's Madame Butler's symptom to introduce gender. It's the symptom of a lady who says very clearly that she doesn't know where she is in terms of translating the matter of sex, because she was born German and then she's got English citizenship and she's queer, so she doesn't know where to position herself. And this is what she introduced in the topic. Of course, Mr. Levin had to introduce the question of religion, which in a country like ours, in France, which is a secular country, has no impact, or not so much. Mr. Zucker also had to validate what is being questioned in France, which is DSM. And all these are impossibilities. It's impossible to translate all this from English into French and vice versa. And I don't know if we realize how much. Well, and thank you for what you said, because you said that it impacted more English-speaking countries than French-speaking countries, and I think this is really important. And I think that we really need to take the untranslatable into account. Thank you. Thank you very much, Pascal.
Okay, I would like.
And then,
yes, I would like to comment. I think that the people at WPATH, well, what they are doing, it's a bad farce, and of course they are responsible for that. But I also think that medical doctors have a very big responsibility. It's not rocket science to read a study. You have to look not at the conclusion, because it could be totally wrong. You have to look at the methodology and at the results. And if you have read just a couple of the studies from the trans activists, from their researchers, you could see that this is bad science and it should have never, ever been published. And I think a doctor, a physician as I am, we should never harm. And I think that all those physicians all over the world that have prescribed hormonal treatment or done surgery, they have a big responsibility. I think they should be prosecuted.
On n'a pas applaudi quand j'ai parlé de l'anglais, pourtant.
David, you.
Oh, thank you. It's been a riveting afternoon. Thanks to all of you. I had just one or 2 points I want to make. One was about social contagion. Just to add something which is obvious, but the social contagion has been known for a long time in psychiatric disorder. And I think it's always slightly resisted because it puts a pressure on any easy understanding of what psychiatric disorder is. And I can remember it was Professor Lewis at the Moores, he was very famous in one of his famous lectures, saying, what a psychiatrist needs more than anything is the toleration of ambiguity. And I think, if you think of the hysteria in Freud's day, for example, it was there and then it seemed to kind of disappear. Think of false memory syndrome. Think of anorexia in Hong Kong. So it is an important bit. Obviously, it's really come to a huge head over this issue. It's just to sort of emphasize that. I also wanted to say that in my own society, in the British Psychoanalytic Society, when I first started talking about this, it wasn't unconscious, it was fully conscious. People were saying to me, you're being exactly the same as what we did, you know, our terrible history of homosexuals, we cannot go there. Actually, most of them did come round in the end, so that changed. But I thought in terms of the certainty that needs to be performed by the trans movement, it did remind me very much of a wonderful paper by Theodore Adorno called, it's called Group Psychology and the Nature of Fascist Propaganda. And he was talking about fascist propaganda at the time, but he was also talking about something wider. And one of the things he says in it is that the thing that the group cannot stand is doubt about its own convictions. So it projects those doubts into other people. And those doubts become enemies which have to be destroyed. Because the group, in a way, knows somewhere in its own mind that the whole thing is based on a delusion. But if they were to allow the doubt in, the group would break down into panic. Hence the complete inability to listen or create room for any alternative point of view. They have to constantly keep going this tyranny. And I expect that's going to... And just the last thing to say, Genya, I think I like your hypothesis. I think it's very accurate that organizations don't like to collapse. And I mean, it's a shame they didn't think of why couldn't we have done something about gay rights in other countries? Why couldn't we put a lot of money into that? Instead, it got diverted and they've abandoned their project and done so much harm. But I think your hypothesis is right.
Oh, Ken.
I'd just like to comment on what you just mentioned, that there are other episodes of social contagion that we can remember. But regarding false memory, for sure there were people working within the professions who argued against it as a bona fide phenomenon on empirical grounds. But what really brought it to a stop were lawsuits. And psychiatrists in the US who were propagating it, some wound up in prison or out of work. I do want to say Sven, I don't know if the solution is to lock people up. Because if you take that position, you know, should all of our colleagues who back in the day tried to change the sexual orientation of homosexual men be put in prison? I don't know if that's the best way to go, but I do think with regard to the debate we're discussing these last few days, lawsuits are going to play a role, and it'll slow the train down. And the lawsuits will, if they're successful, will happen in the US. That's my prediction. It's not evidence-based, but it's my prediction.
To have one question there, yes.
Okay, I'm going to say it in English. So in the spirit of what do we do now? And you wanted to spend the last few minutes in some practical solutions, and also referring back to the WHO action that we all participated in to change things. Is it possible to, in the next days, weeks, to, because everybody is going to be writing about the WPATH scandals. So we are going to double the work and triple the work and quadruple the work. And so I'm thinking, could we have some kind of a task force writing out the WPATH dossier, which would be sent to everybody, and each one of us in our own countries send it to our Collège des médecins, Ordre des psychologues, Ordre des médecins, Minister of Health, and say, this is the reality about WPATH. And we have it, get it translated in French, English, Spanish, Italian, and we work collectively towards this. Is this some kind of positive action that we could think about in the next weeks?
Well, in my opinion, the first step is awareness. So part of the reason why we're talking about this is because it appears, these documents appear to be in this very obscure place in Alabama court system, and yet they're critical for the entire world, because the entire world has based its decisions and lent their trust to WPATH and sort of delegated their own thinking and evaluation of evidence and the conclusions to WPATH. So everybody should know that WPATH has been subjected to this intensive discovery, and they had to turn over 2 million pages. And yes, it is monumental work to be reading these documents, understanding them, pulling relevant information. Every country is going to find something relevant for themselves. Other parts aren't going to be as relevant to them. But because WPATH made itself so central to this entire field, in some ways, they're going to be the victim of their own success, because they are the core foundation in every country. Even the German guideline, which we talked about earlier, which is about to be voted on, the German 27 medical societies in Germany, Switzerland, and Austria collectively decided, in the midst of the guideline creation, collectively decided to stop reviewing evidence in 2019 because they said WPATH is going to be doing it. And so they inherited all of the WPATH biases and conclusions into their major recommendation that has been 7 or so years in the making, which is about to be ratified. Will individuals in those countries, clinicians, interested organizations, notice what's happening with WPATH and elevate that knowledge to their public health authorities to say, look, our guideline, in American legal precedent, there's a sort of, I'm not a legal scholar, but this idea is very interesting. It's called the fruit of a poisoned tree. So if the tree is poisoned, the fruit is poisoned. Now we know how WPATH suppressed and manipulated the evidence. And that applies equally now to every entity in every country and every hospital that decided to base part or the entirety of their approach on WPATH. So to some extent, everybody who is interested should be reading the documents. It's not, you don't have to read 2 million pages because the attorneys summarize the most salient parts into perhaps hundreds of pages, but it's entirely readable and understandable. And everybody who cares that our young people who are suffering from gender-related distress get safe and effective care should read those documents and begin to contextualize them to their own situations to see what might be relevant and which decision makers should be notified. Because there's one conclusion that I came to after doing this for 5 years. We talk about the capture of organizations, But organizations are sort of these amorphous things, right? They are made of departments and committees, and so in every organization, there is a group that's been designated as knowing what to do about transgender care because they're WPATH members. And they're allowed to make all of the decisions for those organizations. Well, now it is time to perhaps leapfrog over those committees and elevate this to the leaders of the organizations who I think genuinely believe that they were doing right by those kids and just delegated their thinking to a specialist group within their organization. Unbeknownst to them, the group was not necessarily operating in good faith.
Thank you. Okay, we take two questions. We have one there and then one over there. Yes.
It's about the problem of sexuality as a whole. I think we have to start at the beginning. Camus said, wrongly naming things will add more disorder to the world, more chaos. And I think that when it comes to sex, there is chaos. There is a total misconception because we don't know actually what sex means in terms of sexual identity, gender identity, sexuated identity. You know, I think we have to put some order into this. Otherwise, we won't find our way. Besides, we heard that somebody who detransitioned also wanted to know what their sex was. So I think this is why we need to define what it is. Are we talking about a sex or sex type? You know, I was watching a conference on the web. An almost molecular biologist said that to him, you have a sex type for animals who have no chromosomes, and then there are two sexes, male and female, for animals who have chromosomes. So you see, even biologists don't manage to be consistent in the definition. Now, how should we do this? Well, I think that we need to look at the matter that we are all made of and that also is around us. We should define something like a molecular sex type. That is, you take the molecular picture of someone. It's a bit of a theory, right? Not an ideology, really, because maybe we could do this. And by taking this molecular picture of a person. I'm sorry, sir. Steve is going to answer your question because he's really an expert in these matters of definition. He wrote hundreds of pages about that. So let's listen what he has to say about that. Yes, okay, but I would like to finish. Oh, go ahead.
I've been teaching about human sexuality since 1973. And so I want to define sexuality for you. Sexuality has two major components. Sexual identity, which has three components: gender identity, orientation, and what I call intention, which means what I want to do to my partner's body and what I want my partner to do to my body during sexual behavior. All three of those components create our sense of our sexual identity. But the second vital aspect of human sexuality is sexual function, and that consists of desire, arousal, orgasm, and penetration. So when we talk about sexuality and young people, we're talking about the evolution of orientation and gender identity. But when we say that a young person is not old enough to appreciate the meaning of sex during adult life, we mean these people, most of whom have had no partner sexual experience at all. They don't understand about sexual desire, arousal, orgasm, penetration, and the psychological impact of two people bringing their bodies together on their maturational development. So I think I agree with you We need to have a much more comprehensive concept of sex when we talk about sexuality.
Thank you, Stephen. There's one question from Christian Flavigny.
Oui, c'est plutôt que je voudrais.
Another question from Christian Flavigny. Yeah, I'd like to go back to the situation in France, in line with what Mrs. Barrault-Fourcade just said. Some eminent writers criticized the fact that we translated gender by genre in French. And Colette Chillan in particular, she was mentioned yesterday. I attended her seminar for many, many years, and I can confirm that she would really approve the use of the expression pubertal sexuation anxiety.
Je vois qu'il y a un bras qui se lève encore? Non. Pardon. Ah, excusez-moi. Oui, oui.
Oui, je voulais reprendre cette question, que faire?
So what should we do? We were given a very detailed and thorough and precise description of this turmoil in society with a multiple factor situation. But the medical offering has made it possible, and this made it possible for this distress felt by individuals to meet. So, and this blossomed in society, I think, because of the way children are brought up. And it seems to me that there's a link between the fact that you find this overindulged child in well-off families or in very poor families. But in both cases, in both types of families, children are not loved and are not supported in order so that they can organize reliable attachment to objects and make it transposable to others. And among the multiple factors that can be mentioned, I think that there's one factor which we can influence, and which is medical offering. Should we stop the possibility of surgery and medical treatment for these children? Well, then it would, I think, slow down the process. If we were saying, well, therapy can be offered, support of different kinds, but no medical or surgical treatment can be offered or should be offered.
Alors, pour reprendre justement sur cette histoire de médecine,
going back to
on a observé une détérioration de la
what
santé psychique
goes on
des adolescents
in
ces
medicine.
10 dernières années, qui est bien documentée
In the
par
past
des
10
études
years,
épidémiologiques en France en tout cas.
Epidemiological studies have documented the deterioration of mental health in young children and in adolescents, and more particularly among young girls and girls. And there's an increasing number of girls with psychological disorders who ask for trans-identification. I think this may explain, in part, why we see this surge in demand from girls. And the other factor, in my view, is the social contagion, social epidemic that is very well documented through studies on anorexia or studies on suicide or some neurological disorders. And it's quite amazing to see that gender specialized clinicians have resisted to this explanation of social contagion, though social contagion is by no means something exceptional in medicine. We've seen other cases of that. And so these girls are usually vulnerable. There are 70% of psychological disorders were reported by a colleague from Finland, and the Epomony representative told us about that also, about self-harm behavior, and among other things. I think it does correspond to new type of expressing a mental distress and mental suffering. And this is, I think, rooted in tensions present in society around sexuation and sex. And the anthropologist showed that very clearly. And with regard to the way medicine deals with that, you see, gender dysphoria is just body image perception disorder, just like anorexia. However, we offer these adolescents a possibility to change the reality, and therefore, I think that you find example of this among my patients who, for instance, want to undergo bariatric surgery because they were obese, and they tell me that anyway, even if they lose a lot of weight, they will still think that they are fat. And likewise for dysphoria, the transition didn't cure the body image disorder. Medicine doesn't help in this case to cure the distress, but it produces transhumanist people. Now, going back to the financial issue of this quote-unquote jihad, the girls asking for transition are a majority of young girls, and a majority of those who help them are male, trans, who transitioned later in life. They use cross-dressing, and they decided to live it in the open. And it's amazing to see that the leaders of the movement are men of 50 or 60 years of age, and they cross-dress, and they use these young patients. And they are leaders of organizations that are extremely well funded, and they carry a lot of weight. And so my question is this one. Don't you think that they are pushing for this storytelling of the need for children to transition without any questioning, because the more there are children who have transitioned in society, well, the more their cross-dressing need becomes perceived as normal in society. So maybe the transition the need to allow transition in children, unless you want them to die, maybe some sort of pretext and an alibi, because these leaders usually have behind themselves careers, including careers in the military force.
for all the precious information that you gave us. Thank you so much.
Tu restes avec nous, ouais. Bien. Ce matin, j'avais appelé Chantal Delsol à la barre. Ça m'était venu.
This morning, I asked Chantal Delsol.
Céline à droite. On verra demain. Nous avons dit, en tout cas tenté de dire la vérité ici. Ouais.
So we told the truth.
Un commentaire? Okay.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to make one last comment. I didn't want to leave us on that last question. I think it was an intriguing question. I will say, I, for one, do not believe that most doctors who are working to transition young people are doing it out of some malicious intent. I am sure there are some individuals, as in every society, there are some dysregulated individuals doing things for the wrong reasons. I genuinely believe that most people currently transitioning young people have been misinformed about what the science says. They truly believe that if these young people are not transitioned, they're at high risk for, if not suicide, then extremely miserable lives as adults who are not passing. And they do genuinely believe they're helping them. And the last 5 years, we as SEGM spent our time analyzing the body of literature that has been misrepresented to the scientific community as proof that gender transition is highly beneficial, safe, and effective. At this point, everybody, including our opponents, agree that the science is not there. And so I think the real question is, how do we disseminate the information that the scientific community has been misled for various reasons, has been misled, and how do doctors and parents who likewise have been misled get this information as quickly as possible so that they can safeguard their children from harm?
Merci.
You made the conclusion.
Voilà. Merci à tous, merci au public, évidemment. Merci.
Thank you very much to the audience. Thank you very much to all speakers.
Merci à tous les intervenants, ici et d'ailleurs.
Speakers from France and abroad.
Merci à tous les chefs d'orchestre d'État.
And thank you very much to the moderators, Leonardo Orlando, Kirill, and of course I'm forgetting a lot of them. And thank you very much to all of you, and thank you very much to the interpreters. The interpreters thank the chair. And thank you very much to our technicians. And thank you very much to the artists and also our colleague who took pictures during the meeting. We'll have nice pictures to post on our website. Thank you very much to all of you. And as the saying goes, let's go on.